That's right, Carson. We are live. I'm gonna wait for a few more people to tune in. If they do tune in, if they don't tune in, this will be a very short live stream. But if they do tune in, it'll be phenomenal. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the next few minutes. Okay, so we've been on for 2 minutes, and Ryan, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Yeah, people are coming in. People are coming in. People are coming in. Thank you for being here, Robert. Ryan. Sorry, excuse me. I saw part of your name, and I jumped the gun, as I always do. What is poggers? What is poggers, Carson? I don't know what is this weird internet lingo slang that you're talking about? I don't know what poggers is. I'm so confused. Who's pog? What's pog? I don't know what that is. Oh, Lord. I don't know what that is, guys. When a few people come in, we'll begin the topic for today. Because we got a lot to talk about. James Lindsay got into some trouble. Hi, Zygmunt. How you doing, buddy? James Lindsay got into some trouble. Look, and I don't care what anyone thinks about James Lindsay. I love James Lindsay. James Lindsay is one of the most profound voices against critical race theory in our country right now. People don't like him because sometimes he's comedic sometimes, and sometimes he can be a little bit, I'll admit, Lindsay can be a little bit, he doesn't always, his style of kind of academic critique can sometimes be very lighthearted. And for everyone, that's not what they need. That's not what they want. But today, James Lindsay got into a fight with one of the people that I know, so we'll be talking about that a little bit, because I just think it's ridiculous. Whenever you have an elite group of people that think they know better, they know philosophy better than you, and they criticize you for not practicing philosophy like they do, you're dealing with a childish mentality. You're dealing with a mentality that is trying to project their own thoughts onto you, and they are threatened by your own success. So, I think James Lindsay is a saint. I think you guys should go follow him. His Twitter handle is Conceptual James, @Conceptual James. He will be on my show. Well, we're trying to get him on my show. I don't say that. We're trying to get him on my show. Gotta smash that like button for the algorithm. Thank you. I think you are a great voice. Oh, thank you, man. Look, I appreciate it. Look, a lot of people tune in to me for many different reasons. Some folks enjoy my cultural takes. Some folks enjoy my fealty to liberty. Some folks, it all depends on what people want. But at my core, I am genuinely someone. I'm genuinely someone who believes that the individual is the primary unit in any society. I'm someone that believes that reality is guided by constants, that human nature is guided by constants. I am someone who also thinks that institutions can help us accentuate our ontological beauty. That is, our human nature. They can help accentuate it in terms of helping us somewhat perfect it, but mostly helping us protect it. The difference between Christian Watson and most traditionalist conservatives is that I do not think that you need an institution to be a good person. You do not need an institution to be a fully realized human being. That's very Aristotelian thinking. Aristotle said in the Politics that basically the community and the state, the nation, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but they build the individual. I don't think that happens. It can happen. It does happen, but it's not a necessity. In the Ethics, Aristotle said, this is on the Bartlett and Collins translation, it's on page 2 or 3, book 1 of the Ethics. Aristotle says very clearly that that it is, in fact, hell, I'll read out of the fucking book for you. Excuse my language. Here's what Aristotle says about the individual. And this may not make immediate sense from me just reading it off the book, but walk with me here. Aristotle says about the individual in the Ethics. Here's what he says. He says, okay, so let me read the entire paragraph for you, or most of it. So basically, Aristotle's making the point that the end of a certain category is itself useless because it's working towards a certain category. So wealth, in Aristotle's opinion, is useless by itself because wealth comes from the general category of whatever, household management, financial management, and our current. He said household management, something of that sort. So he basically is saying that the individual himself, okay, it's okay to look at the individual, but the individual is birthed from the nation. So here's what he says. He says, because it being the category, legislates what one ought to do and what to abstain from, its end would encompass those of the others, with the result of this would be the human good. So Aristotle is concerned with finding the human good, finding the higher. And this, of course, he goes on, the next few books talk about virtue and how we can cultivate virtue. What he does is, after this, he shoots down misconceptions about virtue, then he articulates his own vision of virtue. But here is the more concerning thing. He says that, for even if this is the same thing for an individual, this is Aristotle talking, in a city, to secure and preserve the good of the city appears to be something greater and more complete. The good of the individual by himself, it's certainly desirable enough, but that of a nation and of cities is nobler and more divine. Aristotle had this sort of communitarian idea of the individual and believed the individual existed primarily in relation to the forces surrounding it. So, I don't believe that. That's not what Christian Watson believes. You can pick up a book like this, and you can read this book, you can understand this book, but a lot of people will oftentimes use names and the approbation given to names to lend validity, blanket validity, to the author's claims. Just because Aristotle was a very compelling person, he was a very compelling philosopher, he's probably one of the most influential philosophers in all of Western history, just because of that does not mean that I'm not going to engage with him critically. So, anyway, Rush. Let's get on to Rush, because we have people viewing me right now. Thank you guys, appreciate it. J. Edward Breton says, Britton, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Always good to see you. Rush was a bombastic... Ooh, I'm not going to read that. But he was also a legendary radio host who paved the way for the future of punditry. Rest in peace, Mr. Limbaugh. Okay, let's talk about Rush Limbaugh. So, my first exposure to Rush Limbaugh... How old was I? I was 11 years old. Mr. Whittle, how you doing, sir? I was 11 years old when I first listened to a full edition of the Rush Limbaugh program. Actually, it wasn't a full edition, actually. I was watching Greta Van Susteren on Fox News. I'm 20, by the way, guys, for future reference. I'm 20 right now. So when I was 11 or 12 is when I first ran to Rush. I was watching Greta Van Susteren on Fox News, and in my opinion, Greta Van Susteren is one of the most stand-up journalists in the business. Greta Van Susteren is one of the most stand-up, honest journalists in the business. I think that she is wonderful. She is the exemplary archetype of what journalism should be. She is what journalism should be. Greta Van Susteren. Unfortunately, Greta Van Susteren, that kind of model is not very popular because it's not bomb throwing. It's not rage filled. It's a desire to inquire and to understand and to listen to every person in the sphere rather than look at one person in the sphere and just constantly strike them with pretension. Anyway, I saw Rush on Greta, and I was listening to what he said, and I'm like, oh, I had heard things about Rush Limbaugh. Now, mind you, I'm 12, I'm 11, so I don't really know all that much about Rush, but I had heard things about Rush. I'm like, Rush Limbaugh? This guy doesn't sound so evil. So then I watched an interview that Greta did with Rush and Limbaugh, and I'm like, this guy doesn't sound evil at all. This guy actually sounds like he is a pretty intelligent, reasonable person. Now, of course, I began researching his opinions about all kind of things, about gay marriage, about the social stuff, about all kind of, about wars, and I said, okay, look, Rush Limbaugh, it's not Christian Watson's thing. Then again, you can have a different ethos than me, and I can still respect you. Bill O'Reilly, there is not a single commentator that I have more respect for than Bill O'Reilly. I have more respect for him than any other commentator in the business. Not because I love Bill O'Reilly, although I listened to his show a lot when I was 14 and 15. Because O'Reilly was wrong about a lot of things too. O'Reilly's a war hawk, interventionist. That's not what I am. But O'Reilly operates from a point of objectivity. He believes in facts. Well, Christian Shapiro believes in facts too. Yeah, Shapiro does, but we have to understand something. Shapiro, there's a performative part of Shapiro's brand. And this is not to attack Ben Shapiro. Look, I think Ben Shapiro's a fine person. I think he's a good author. I think he writes good stuff. He talks very fast, like me. I think Shapiro's fine. But the problem becomes when your brand is performative. I don't want a performance man. I'm involved in an existential action to understand how my political being relates with the whole of reality and how I can best cohere the two. And a lot of things come into that. A lot of my desires come into that. A lot of my desires kind of obfuscate what true political intention, which should be to preserve the individual's place in society against others who would like to take that away. That's what it should be. But politics is such a messy game that I don't need a performance. I don't need a rhetorician to tell me what I want to hear. I need someone who's going to get down and dirty, who's going to get funky, who's going to tell me the truth. Who's going to smash my perceptions apart, or try to at least. Who's going to assail me with the sword. The ancient texts say, I come not to bring a sword, to bring peace but a sword. We don't need peace in our political discourse. We need civility, but not peace. You can have civility, and you can have civility without necessarily having a peace. Actually, that's wrong, actually. Let me rethink that. Because civility would imply peace. Okay, look. We don't want complacency. When people say peace most of the time, they mean complacency. Complacency is not what we want. I want to be able to respect your opinions, but this entire agree to disagree stuff, it's complacency. Well, I can't formulate an argument against yours, or at this point, we are coming up against an unproductive point. Therefore, let's just agree to disagree. No, how about we continue to work out our problems unless we are at a point where it is fundamentally unproductive? At that point, I'll just walk away. So that's when I first saw Rush on Greta Van Susteren, and I will tell you this, guys, I have gotten more comparisons to Rush Limbaugh than any other commentator. I don't see it. But I take that because Rush had the golden voice. Rush had the influence. Rush had the impact. And when someone says, Christian, you're like Rush Limbaugh, I'm like, wow, I don't see it, man, but thank you. I don't really see that, but thank you, dude. That means a lot to me. But this is not just about Christian's ego, of course. The fact that this man is being used as a standard to judge people in, a standard to judge people by. Now look, I have problems with the sense of modern day society. And when I say society, I simply mean like the general sense of the culture. That prides comparisons and prides you living in relation to someone else. Or comparing who you are in relation to someone else. I don't like that. You are a divine individual, something very special within you. One of my subscribers said today, I forgot, Then White Axe is his name, said that we all have a spark of divinity within us. That's beautiful. That's some beautiful stuff right there. But divinity is not just this abstract spiritual concept we can't really quantify. Divinity is that uniqueness which quite literally makes you the definable individual that you are. I know this may sound cliche, but no one's ridges on their fingers are shaped just like yours. No one's DNA is like yours. No one's complexion is like yours. just like yours. It can be similar, but not just like yours. There is a distinctive quality to you as an individual. This does not mean that we need to live in a world where everything revolves around you, but it certainly means we need to live in a world where we're not trying to constantly tear you down. The problem with modern day society is that it's trying to constantly tear us down by estimating who we are, estimating our greatness in relation to people who are not like me and who are not me. Estimate me. Peterson was right when he said this. Estimate me to who I was the other day, not to who someone else is today. Estimate me in accordance of that. So when someone says, Christian, you sound like Rush, thank you, but I don't want that compliment. Christian, you're the next Ben Shapiro. Thank you. No, I'm not. I'm the first Christian Watson. Rush Limbaugh is one of a kind. Shapiro's one of a kind. I'm one of a kind. You're one of a kind. Get that. If Rush has taught us anything in his many years on this planet, it's that you need to be irreverently, vivaciously, and iconoclastically you, no matter what, man. So even if you don't agree with his war hawkish stuff, even if you didn't agree with his bombastic rhetoric, Rush has given us some very valuable lessons. As I say, concepts and ideas materialize and manifest through us, my friends. Concepts and ideas materialize and manifest through us. So you have to realize, you have to see what concept, what idea is best manifesting through you or someone you admire, someone in the public space. Don't just see someone as a reductive sum of their biological parts. No. See me as more than that. I'm a harbinger of something greater, my friends. So are you. All right, sorry, my rant's over. Rush, rest in peace. But if we're going to learn anything from Rush Limbaugh, let it be that you need to be vivaciously you. You have to be. Carson asks, what are your best pickup lines? Dude, I just gave you Oh, Jesus. I just gave you so many keys and tools to unlock some things, and you're asking me what my best pickup lines are. You know what? Carson, there's a reason. Okay. I'm not even going to answer that question. Next question. Next question, please. Next question. Okay, first of all, let me just say this. If you need a pickup line to get someone, there's something wrong with you. If you need a pickup line to attract someone's fancy, something's wrong with you. Dating and courtship should be a prolonged process which reaches to the richest depths of the person you're trying to court. And if there's no depth to them, and you're into people who are shallow, okay, you've achieved your goal. But if you are a deep person and you need depth in your partner, like I would need, I'm single right now, by the way, but if I would need depth in my partner, that wouldn't work for me. There are people in my personal life that I can't really talk to, guys, not because they're not into all the stuff I'm into, but because they just, when I'm around them, they don't know what to say. They're like, Christian, you're like a grown man. I don't know what to say to you. I'm like, I'm 20, dude. I know I'm a grown man. I'm not like 40. Like, I don't know what to say to you, man. You're not into horseplay. You're not really into anime. You're not really into... what do I say to you? Talk to me like a human being, damn it. That's what you say to me. So, look, I don't need my energy getting clogged up by nonsense, and neither do you guys. So if I can't deal with friends who are not on the same wavelength as I am in terms of where our priorities are and what we're thinking about, not our intelligence. You can have someone who is incredibly, wildly smart and does the stupidest stuff, does the most asinine things, not my intelligence, our priorities. Anyone can have priorities. If I can't even be with someone on a friendship level who has differing priorities than I do, how in the bloody hell do you expect me to give my soulmate, to someone who's not even... No. Nuh-uh. Why do you think so many divorces happen? Why do you think so... Man, I'm getting too deep for you guys. Man, I shouldn't be talking about all of this. Well, what do you know about divorce? I've read literature. I never experienced one, thank God. If I ever do get married, I hope I never do. I don't know, man, but I never experienced one, but I do know that there are psychological effects of that kind of stuff. I know that. So, No, man. You need to have someone who's on your wavelength. If you value a family life, and you value a family life that involves raising kids, living in the suburbs, stuff like that, praising God or whatever your religion might be, and you go out and you marry someone who wants to go party every night, who's irresponsible, who's getting drunk and high off of their you-know-what every night, you're going to have a severe conflict of values. And that conflict of values, which occurs first in the abstract realm, will manifest into physical tremors. So very simply, this is very simple. If you're going to get involved with anyone, whether it's a friend or whether it's a partner, you need to have a similar priority as them. You need to be on the same wavelength or you will suffer badly. Heath Whittle asks, do you think it's important to be equally yoked spiritually in a relationship? Yes. Yeah, of course. So here's what I mean by this. And even if you're not a Christian, I am a Christian, but even if you're not a Christian, you can appreciate this. If you have different values, especially if you have different spiritual values than your partner, it's going to be very, very hard to have cohesion. A part of having a union is cohesion. The concept of a union is quite literally built off the idea of having cohesion. If you cannot have cohesion, you cannot have a union. So, I'm not trying to say that if you're a Christian and you date a Muslim, it's not going to work out. What I'm trying to say is there's going to be tension. There's going to be friction. And are you willing to deal with that? Are you willing to handle that? Are you willing to put up with that? Now, I'll say this. I have courted people who are atheists, who are communists. I have courted people like that. And look, I'm a Christian. I'm a libertarian, conservative. I'm not any of those things. But I've courted people who were communists and atheists before. And for a short period of time, I was able to maintain some sort of semblance of a relation with them, even if it was not long lasting. But if you want stability, if you want to have what Solzhenitsyn called in a different context the stable nucleus of life, you're going to have someone who has similar values to you in a relationship, at least. Now, if you're in like a friendship, like a non-romantic relationship, obviously I think it is good to have a wide variety of people in your circle, as long as your priorities are correct. Are your priorities correct? So there's different levels of gradation, obviously. So that's my answer to that. But yeah, Rush Limbaugh, man, there will be no one else like him. But some of the most ridiculous thing, I was on Twitter today and I saw people saying rest in piss to Rush Limbaugh. And I saw similar things when Margaret Thatcher died a few years ago. Another great loss in my opinion, another terrible loss. People were saying the same thing. They were saying, ding dong, the witch is dead. And I'm like, you're quite literally estimating these people, estimating their value as human beings in the context of temporal actions they took that were external to who they were. A political ideology may have a conceptual foundation, but it is ultimately an institutional position. Write this down. A political ideology may have a conceptual foundation, but it is ultimately an institutional position. What do I mean? A political ideology, prima facie, is going to be concerned with how institutions, i.e. the government, acts. You may have a conceptual or first principles to that. I certainly do. But if you're concerned with how the government acts, that does not mean that your sentiments there extend to all parts of your being or your life. There's more to you than a singular interest in how an institution acts or is supposed to act. There's much more to you than that. But people are being reductionist these days, and they're seeing people only in light of what their positions were. That's wrong. That's a murder to the human being, in all honesty. You're murdering people when you do that. You are spiritually murdering people when you do that. So, I don't think that you can really look at Rush and say, oh, he said these things, therefore he must be a terrible person. No. Look, go beyond what is immediately apparent to you. The ancient texts say, as I said, test the spirits, right? Test the sentiments. Test to see if they are righteous. Test to see if they are just. Test them. You're supposed to test them. So that's my opinion about Rush. You're supposed to test these things. So don't just take Rush and say, oh, he was a little bit bombastic, therefore he's a bad person. I'm not going to say that Rush was playing a character. I don't think he was. I think that he meant what he was saying. But do I think that he was performative? Of course I do. Of course I do. Yeah. Of course I do. But you can be performative and still believe what you're saying, though. So people are kind of making emotional classifications and ontological classifications, and they're putting all those things together and making conclusions about Rush, and it's just not right, guys. Look, he's died. Whatever you think about him, just please put that in the back of your head. This was a human being. Human beings deserve respect. Human beings deserve a certain kind of love. Love his humanity. Eschew what he said. I don't care if you agree with what he said or not. Love his humanity. How important is having an understanding of philosophy with the average American on a daily basis? If you're talking about if you're asking Mr. Whittle, does the average American think that it's important to have an understanding of philosophy? No. No. The average American has a high school... I'm not... Actually, let me back up. Oh, I was about to say that. No, it's not right. Okay. Just because most Americans have high school diplomas does not mean they don't want to do philosophy. I'm just saying, most Americans who have high school diplomas tend to work in blue-collar work or kind of trade work, and many of them make good money, by the way. But their primary aim is taking care of their families. When your primary aim is taking care of your family, you may not be concerned with Plato's allegory of the cave, or Descartes' mind-body dualism, or the meaning of liberty and Herbert Spencer's social statics. You may not be concerned with those things. So there is a sort of, I hate this word, practical element which undermines the pursuit of philosophy because it seems so erudite and unobtainable. But I don't think it has to be unobtainable, though. I think that we can philosophize, and we do philosophize every single day, even if it's on a superficial level. I think that we can philosophize simply by sitting down and asking a question. For example, a doctor philosophizes. A doctor philosophizes whenever he asks, what is the source of this condition? Whenever a doctor asks, what is the source of a condition? Whenever a doctor has to go in and understand what was going on with your body, whenever that happens, a doctor is philosophizing. Not in the way that Socrates did, of course, but he's asking a question to reach a deeper meaning. That's philosophizing. So, that is my answer, Mr. Whittle. I think that we philosophize every day. Every day. But the formal study of philosophy seems so alien to so many average Americans that they're intimidated by it, and they deem it as useless. But don't do that. Don't do that. All right. So I'm going to talk about James Lindsay in a moment, but do you guys have any questions? There are 7 of you watching so far. There were 13 a few moments ago. So, hey, look, I wasn't expecting a single person to watch this. Again, I have told you guys that I don't expect these lives to go good. So I'm blessed that you guys are watching. You're spending your evening. It's 9:28 where I am. You're spending your evening watching this 20-year-old boy go on about shit. My language, goodness. Excuse my language. I know some of you guys, I'm a Christian. I'm working. God's working on me. I know some of you guys are strong Christians as well. Excuse my language. Please, excuse it. Excuse it. My apologies. I'm not trying to curse. I need to get better at that. J. Edward Britton says, philosophy was born out of Socrates. Oh, yep. See, we're obsessed over so many things in society. Folks my age, a lot of them are obsessed over the pursuit of the conquest of sex. Just being blunt with you guys. Some are obsessed over booze, parties, hedonistic thrills, things that fade away. But Heraclitus tells us that the truth is eternal. And we exist independent of, well, actually, no. The truth exists independent of us. So, I think that the more we obsess over truth, the more we are pushed close to the eternal. Because the Greeks had a term for this stuff too. The Greeks had a term for this stuff too. The ancient Greeks said the logos, the word, was what we're trying to get to. And Christ is also called the logos. I want to reach the logos. I want all of us to reach the logos. Even if you're not a Christian, there is something greater than your existence. There is often a question speculated about in contemporary philosophy courses that goes something like this. If a tree falls in the forest when no one is around, does it make a sound? Most folks will say, of course not. How dare you? Sound is determined by my conception, of senses. But that critique only exists if you endorse the idea that the universe revolves around you. It does not. The tree in the forest does make a sound, yes. Because guess what? That tree exists independent of my perception. Okay. And guys, if your messages are not coming through, please send them again. Because sometimes the chat will, make my messages, not pop up. So feel free to send them again. Educating the world. Thank you. I appreciate it, Miss Whittle. Okay, Burton. What is your critique of anarcho-socialism? Okay, so most left-wing anarchist opinions simply shift the use of force to non-centralized hands. Anarcho-communists, anarcho-socialists think that the government is the great de-equalizer, but what they will like to do, they like to form communes and communities independent of central authority that could themselves, in a sort of mobbish fashion, enforce their edict, their ethos upon the rest of us. Just because the government is not doing it does not make it tyranny. Does not make it not being tyranny. A mob can affect your liberty as much as the government can. So all that anarcho-communism stuff, the anarcho-socialism stuff, the mutualism stuff, all these fringe, esoteric, left-wing ideologies, they don't impress me. That's just one critique. I mean, Isabel Patterson and the God of the Machine, who is a brilliant libertarian thinker, she mentions how Proudhon, Perry Joseph Proudhon, if you guys don't know who Proudhon is, he was a French socialist, anarchist, one of the first anarchists supposedly. He believed that the government needed to go away so we can establish equality. He thought that property was one of Proudhon's most famous quotes is property is theft. In fact, I think I have the God of the Machine near me somewhere. I do. Excuse me, guys. I think Isabel Patterson brilliantly takes down this idea that property is theft. Although, intuitively, you can deduce it that it's not theft. It's not theft at all. I mean, the fact that you have property, Locke said that property simply is the sum of you mixing your labor with nature. And if you mix your labor with nature, how the hell is it theft? Well, because, according to Proudhon, the cultivation of property in the modern era requires you to exploit other people. Well, how about when it doesn't? Or it doesn't necessarily do that? So wait, hold on. So what, are you telling me that in every instance in which I procure property, I'm exploiting someone, Proudhon? Really? Or are you looking at what a few industries are doing, and maybe even misinterpreting what they're doing, and using it to make a grand narrative? What do you think Marx was doing? So, I'm not impressed by those intellectual schools of thought, in all honesty. Now, let me look at this, let me look at this, because there's a part of this book. Excuse me, guys. There's a part of this book where I think this idea of property being theft, which is very popular amongst a lot of anarcho-socialist thinkers, is just ripped apart. And so give me a few seconds, because I read a lot. I don't like to say things off the hip, but sometimes it will require me to go back and look through my notes. But ask more questions while I'm doing this, so I can keep the conversation going. Because, I don't want to bore you guys with a lecture, of course, but I think these things are very important. Again, this idea that property is theft, you don't need an economist to tell you that. But yeah, they did it. You're right, Edward. They did. You don't need an economist to tell you that. You generally don't. I promise you. It's intuitively not. That's the thing. So knowledge can exist either through our. So I think that all knowledge, as Locke said, there is nothing yet in my mind which did not arise from the senses. So we get our knowledge from empiricism. Then we interpret that through reason. So I can deduce from reason alone that I can own property without having been exploitative or theft from someone. I don't need an economist to tell me that. Excuse me, guys. I'm trying to pull this up because I can't. I'm not going to thumb through that entire thing. So I'm just going to go to a page here, and I'm gonna read off what she said. And for those of you guys who don't know, Isabel Patterson is a brilliant lady. Her, Ayn Rand, and Roosevelt Lane were one of the three ladies who basically jump-started modern American libertarianism. They are not really read all that much, which is a shame, because I think that it's brilliant. I think that she's brilliant. I think that the idea that the only philosophers that are worth studying are the ancient Greeks or whatever is just nonsense. There are a lot of people, a lot of brilliant people who do not get their time in the sun because modern academia just shuts them out. So yeah, I think. What do I think of anarcho-capitalism? 1 second. 1 second. Ah, there we go. Okay, I found it. Okay. This is what Isabel Patterson says about the notion that property is theft. Listen closely. Property is ownership. Things which nobody owns are not property. They are merely objects in nature. Perhaps the most senseless phrase ever coined, even by a collectivist, is that of Proudhon. All property is theft. End quote. It is indeed remarkable in its own way for the variety of errors compressed into such brief utterance. In 4 words, it confuses objects, acts, attributes, moral values, and relations as if they were interchangeable. Theft presupposes rightful ownership. An object must be property before it can be stolen. Boom. Done. That one sentence right there kills that entire theory. Boom. I don't need charts. I don't need stats. That simple a priori deduction. Done. Simple. But the problem is, Proudhon and Marx, they were not looking at these things through reason. They were looking through the lens of emotion, through outrage. Marxism is the most outrage-driven ideology, I think, in the history of man. If you want my personal opinion. Anyway, have I answered your question, Edward? Oh, Isabel was That lady, I wish she was still alive. She died in the 60s, I think. I wish she was still alive. Isabel Patterson was wonderful. Whoo, man. See, that's what I imitate. That's what I try to live up to. I don't try to imitate Shapiro. I don't try to imitate Michael Knowles. I try to live up to those people. Because they knew what the hell they were talking about. So, that's that. How do I feel about anarcho-capitalism? So, look. I think anarcho-capitalists... How do I say this without sounding crazy? Their sentiments emerge from the desire... Okay. Their sentiments emerge from a virtuous station. But once they leave the station, they get off the rails. So, presupposed in the notion of anarcho-capitalism is indeed the idea that the individual is the primary unit of society, if society even exists. It is the idea that liberty is the fundamental value of the human being, and that no one, no thing, no structures try to hold them down. Now, when you get away from the station, they begin taking steps that don't necessarily fully preserve several notions that are necessary to ensure that liberty rings out through the lands. I don't think you can protect justice or aspire for justice without a government. That's not to say the government... Okay, there are two things that an anarcho would say to this argument. They would say, number one, the government itself is unjust because of the use of force. And they would say, number two, the government itself obviously is not a dispenser of justice because of police brutality or whatever, and taxation and whatever. Okay, I'm talking about the government in the aspirational form, the night watchman state, which I think, if you look at the thought experiment, is more conducive to liberty and the individual than a government we have right now. Right now we have a bumbling behemoth wandering around with its great bludgeon and just smashing everything in its place. It's smashing creative entrepreneurial energy. It's smashing individual wills. It's smashing religious freedom. It's smashing all these things. It's smashing privacy rights. It's smashing livelihoods. That's what the government is right now. It is a behemoth lumbering around, an albatross smashing everything in its place. I don't have to justify how the government is right now, how the government is temporally, to divine of a government in the abstract that could easily be realistic in the material, and then try to work towards that abstract version in the material. So just because the government right now appears to be unjust and appears to be using the use of force in the wrong way, does not necessarily mean that it necessarily has to be. I have a lot of objections to anarcho-capitalism, but look, I don't hate them. I have a lot of friends who are ANCAPs. I assume some of my followers are anarchists. I'm not. I think Rothbard suffered from a few things. Number one, when Rothbard got to the end of his career, and he began associating with people like Lew Rockwell and Tom Woods, and the sort of... And Edward, I know that you do Mises stuff, no offense to you. No offense to you, but I'm just saying, when he began associating with people like that, and that's when the problem came in. When he began saying that immigration is going to destroy cultural cohesion, and when Rothbard began saying that kind of stuff, that was just wrong, man. That's just wrong. It's just wrong. That's just wrong, man. That's just vile. Now, in the 50s, 60s, Rothbard was pretty good. I think Ethics of Liberty is pretty good. I think, though, Rothbard was motivated too much by anger. Rothbard the foreword to the Ethics of Liberty, which is written by Hans Hermann Hoppe, basically says, hey, Robert Nozick wrote a book that got popular, but it's a whitewashed book. It's a dumb book, and Rothbard's going to give you the truth with this hard-hitting book about ethics. When you build your legacy, or you build your brand, or you build your arguments on the straw foundation of anger and resentment, you never get stability. You don't have any grounds to stand on. So there are a lot of things about Rothbard that I'm just not with. And for those of you who do not know who these people are, Murray Rothbard is a very famous libertarian theorist. Robert Nozick is also a very famous libertarian theorist. This is nerd talk here. So let me get back to the news. Because I know people are like, what in the world? I would love, Ryan and Edward, I would love to talk to you guys about this at a longer time, at a different time, in a longer format. Because these are the discussions that need to happen, in my opinion. In my personal opinion, I think that these discussions need to happen. So, yes. So, Watson, are we Boltzmann brains floating through space? I don't know. I don't know what that means, dude. I'll have to look into that theory. I have no idea what that means. If that's some sort of reductionist scientism, though, then of course I reject it. Of course we're not. But I'll have to read more into it. I'll get back to you with an answer once I read more into it. But I got a lot of stuff to read, dude. I got a lot of things to read. That's just wow, God, man. Anyway, all right. Let's talk about James Lindsay. All right. So those of you who don't know, James Lindsay is an internet personality who is famous for challenging critical race theory. He's appeared on the Joe Rogan podcast. He's made waves for himself in the anti-woke movement. James Lindsay is someone who I personally admire and respect immensely. James Lindsay today got into a spat. He got into a spat. So, he got into a spat with someone who I know. And I'm not going to try to attack this person, because I'm bigger than that. Although this person and I have some severe disagreements. James Lindsay got into a spat with a guy called Nate Hodgman. Again, look, I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just telling you the news. I'm reporting the news to you. I'm reporting the news to you. This is not Christian Watson. Christian Watson, am not making a value judgment about any other person but myself. I am not making a value judgment. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm not. So, James Lindsay was attacked by a guy called Nate Hodgman, someone who I'm acquainted with, or who I used to be acquainted with. And Nate, I'll actually show you the tweet. How about that? I'll show you the tweet that started it all. Because this is some deep stuff here. And I find parts of this a little bit concerning. So give me 2 seconds. I'll show you the tweet. Okay. Okay. Some of you guys can see this. Okay. Here's a tweet that he sent to James Lindsay. The right's approach to fighting the woke regime can't be the petty victimhood and grievance politics of at-conceptual James Lindsay, and his counterparts. Lindsay's approach is performative and shallow. It's also politically ineffective. If that's the best we can do, we will lose. So this is what he said about James Lindsay. James responded, "You don't even know what you're talking about. It's hilarious." They went into this entire thing about javelin throws. People began insulting Nate, and guess what? Look. Nate and I don't agree on everything. But you don't insult people, okay? We don't do that. We engage in civil discourse and debate. We don't insult people. Now, having said that, I think Mr. Hodgman kind of brought it upon himself, in my personal opinion. When you say, and this is something that I've been told by people all the time, when someone says to me, "Christian, what you're doing on YouTube or with the podcast is not good enough. It's not intellectual enough. You need to be writing 6,000 word articles." I have been told this before. You need to be writing 6,000 word articles so you can succeed and be intellectual. I have been told that before with a straight face by people who I thought cared about me. I have been told that if I wanted to succeed and be an intellectual, I need to ditch YouTube. I have been told that before. So when I see James Lindsay getting hit with something like this, I immediately have a aversion towards whoever said this, or with a sentiment. Because guess what? There is a strain of elitism that echoes through certain intellectual circles on the right. Among some philosophy students, that if you don't know who a particular philosopher is, if you haven't read a particular book, if you don't read a particular thing, if you don't do particular things, among some philosophy students, you are considered to be an idiot or in an invalid voice. I'll be honest with you guys. Among my friends who write mostly, who do political articles, they don't take me seriously. Why? I do videos. There are people who I love and care about who don't take me seriously because the format is not their format. So whenever I see someone like James Lindsay get ragged on because he's not doing this, that's funny, Edward. That's funny, man. Jesus help us, Lord help us. Here's what I'm saying. It's gotten to the point where if I comment on a Twitter thread that has to do with critical race theory or wokeness, they will intentionally ignore me because I don't have an article published in National Review. So because James Lindsay doesn't have articles published in all these places, his voice is devalued. That's wrong, guys. It's not the format, it's the work. It's the content that matters. It's not the aesthetic, it's the content. There are people who write all day and they are boring as as a stack of paint drying. A stack of paint, Christian. You really outdid yourself on that one. As a wall of paint drying, excuse me. There are people who write brilliant stuff, and when you talk to them in person, they are underwhelming. Vice versa, there are people who are good on camera, but outside of the camera, they're aimless. You should not restrict someone's work to their format. I think my work is valuable, whether it's in the op-ed format, whether it's a book, whether it's an article, whether it's a video, whether it's a podcast. I think my work is valuable. Comments like Mr. Hodgman's is saying, nah. You gotta do it my way or the highway. Now, I'm sorry, but that's not how the search for epistemic humility should begin. Talking about approaches, that's not how it should begin, in my opinion. So, look, James Lindsay is a guy that sometimes is very silly. But he deserves to be silly. There are times where I'm pretty silly. Am I not? I'm not serious all the time. So, there are times where I'm on here and I'm singing. Much to you guys' horror, of course, because I can't sing to save my life. But there are times when I'm on here and I am singing. Because I like to sing. It's an activity for me. It's a leisure activity for me. I love it. There are times where James Lindsay is not entirely serious on his Twitter, but guess what? He doesn't have to be. He can enjoy himself. Now you may say, well, Christian, you're not addressing Hodgman's point. Okay, what is his point? His point is, as you can see here, the right's approach. Okay, let's start right there. The right. Okay, so he's viewing this as a collective approach. First of all, there are areas of the right that do not care about wokeness. There are areas of the right that are in their own respect woke. There are areas of the right that are in their own respect behave similar to social justice warrior activists. So to assume, and to also to reduce all of the ideologies on the right and collapse them to a certain cause is to obviously skew the political distinctions which make political ideology. There are political distinctions that make political ideology, so you cannot just say the right. What is the right? Define your terms, man. Define your terms. There is no the right. But let us presume for a moment that we're going to accept collective terminology. The right's approach to fighting the woke regime can't be the petty. Petty. Throwing punches. Bam. Petty. The petty victimhood and grievance politics of conceptual James and his counterparts. So what he's saying is, if you experienced the woke curse up front and personal, if you experienced the social justice nonsense up front and personal, if you dealt with that on an ontological level, you cannot talk about that or use that as a driving force to inform your critiques of critical race theory. Now, there's a problem with this. You shouldn't use your experiences as arguments, obviously, but you can use your experiences to inform your arguments. Alexander Solzhenitsyn was not a great author because he could talk about terror and gulags. He was great because he lived in the gulag and he got so many freaking insights from the gulag, from the terror, from the pain, from the bondage. And guess what, guys? I'll announce this here. I'm writing an article about my experiences with critical race theory in the collusion debate very soon. And I will be drawing upon my experience. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. So to critique James Lindsay for having his experience drive and inform his opinions is to confuse the act of argument making with that which informs the argument. The ethos, the pathos. It's confusion. He goes on to say, Lindsay's approach is performative and shallow. How? Explain. Didn't explain. If we can deduce that he means that having an approach that involves your experience performative and shallow, I'm sorry, man. You're making the same confusion I just talked about. It's also politically ineffective. Well, guess what? Protesting against taxation is politically ineffective, but guess what? It's the right thing to do. Just because something is not efficient does not make it correct. Efficiency, Mr. Hochman, does not confer correctness. If that's the best we can do, we will lose. What's with this we business? I don't know who we is. Who's we? Stop this collective approach. Who's we? So I just broke down for you guys why in the world I think James Lindsay is not being treated right by people. So, man, I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm not trying to attack anyone. I have no problem with Mr. Hochman personally. I have no problem with Mr. Hochman personally. Carson, I have no problem with the guy personally. I don't have a single problem. I don't have a single issue. I'm not like that. He's probably a good guy. I don't know him personally. I have no problem with him personally. None. Zero. But I think him attacking James Lindsay is a projection of his desire to have political discourse contained within the hallowed sacred grounds of those who understand conservative philosophy, who read Henry Jaffa and love Russell Kirk and love Roger Scruton. But guess what? There are more people who are passionate about these ideas who don't know who Jaffa is, who don't know who Scruton is, who don't know who Russell Kirk is. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you cannot critique people. I'm not saying that Nate Hochman is a bad guy. I'm saying that Nate Hochman's critique is shallow itself. Nate Hochman's critique is vain in of itself. That's what I'm saying. Now look, guys, I don't... Noah, how you doing, buddy? Look, guys, I don't want to write, man. I don't want to write too much. If I'm going to write, I want to write a book. I want to write a book. I don't want to write an article. I'm going to. I don't want to. That's not what I want to do. But I've had people constantly say, Christian, if you want to be successful, you have to write, man. No one makes it on YouTube. You know what? Let's go find someone. Let's go find someone. Let's go find someone. Okay. You guys see this girl? Sydney Watson. Now, she's a writer, but do you see her subscriber count? Her subscriber count, her view count, did not come from her writing. It came from her being an internet personality. Now, look, I don't agree with everything that she says. I think she's a smart gal, but I'm not in endorsement of everything she says. Here's my point of showing you guys her. I think that it's perfectly possible to have influence. It's perfectly possible to make an impact without writing a 6,000-word article like some of these conservative journals want you to do. Conservatism needs to reinvent how it engages. And I shouldn't even say that, because I've met a lot of conservative academics who are like, you know what, Christian, no, your videos are great. That's fine. That's a fine format. But some of these pretentious youth need to reinvent how they do things. Just because James Lindsay is not sitting there typing out papyrus scrolls does not mean he's not valuable. Just because James Lindsay brings upon and draws upon his experience to make coherent arguments does not mean he is not serious. Just because James Lindsay is a little bit silly sometimes does not mean he's shallow. Just because James Lindsay acts in an iconoclastic way does not mean he's not worth listening to. Just because, as Thoreau said, you march to the beat of your own drummer does not mean you're a bad person or that. It doesn't mean that. So, I just don't understand. So, I think things like that are just the wrong approach. Just the wrong approach, man. Wrong approach. Don't attack James Lindsay because... Look, I have nothing personally against Nate Hodgman. Look, Christian Watson, have nothing personally against Nate Hodgman. I have nothing against him. This is not an attack on his character. I mean, we disagree on a lot. He doesn't really engage me that much anymore. But I don't have anything against Nate Hodgman. That's not... No. I have something against the mentality that if you want to be an intellectual in the modern age, you have to write 6,000-word articles. I have something against that mentality. Big time, yes. I have something against the mentality that if you want to make an impact, you have to read Henry Jaffa or Russell Kirk and have a deep understanding of things. Yes, that kind of stuff I don't like. And look, this is coming from some guy who is I'm a Mercian theory guy. I just quoted a paragraph of Aristotle to you before I began my topics. I just quoted one of the densest books about political liberty to you. I have a lot of books on my shelf. I try to read as many as I can. I'm not saying that philosophy is not important. Hell, in every video I make, you would be hard-pressed to find a single one that does not have a quote from some philosopher. I love philosophy. I think philosophy is excellent. What I'm saying is, you don't have to write a 7,000-word article to be an intellectual. You don't have to be a National Review to be an intellectual. Things are being reinvented, people. That's all I'm saying. So for people to attack James Lindsay, because he's not posh and, he doesn't have a British accent, and he's not in National Review, and he's not in cityjournal.org, he's not up there with the elites, but he writes some things, and he says some things, and he is on YouTube, and no, forget that mentality, dude. Forget it. James Lindsay is excellent. James Lindsay knows what he's talking about. I have listened to hour-long conversations about him explaining critical theory. They are wonderful. They are wonderful. He knows his stuff. James Lindsay knows his stuff. And all these traditionalists complain about conservative ink. They're becoming conservative ink. They're becoming the exclusionary people who are like, okay, if you don't write for this particular brand, if you don't write for that, then you're not valuable. They're becoming that. They're embodying that mentality. I thought about starting a podcast to enter the center-right lore, but it would ruin my musical career. No, look, buddy. Unless you want to end up like, who's that guy's name? Ted Nugent. Look, Ted Nugent's fun. I like him. I like him a lot. But a lot of musicians, especially ones like you who are actually trained, don't do well if they express their views out loud. But actually, look, I think that it is worth, Edward, I think it is worth, actually, okay, I can't make this judgment for you, but for me, I think that it is worth risking some things to stand on the foundation of truth. That's me. I just called out a former colleague of mine. In a respectful way, of course, but that can be seen as offensive by some people. But it's not offensive, it's a respectful conversation, and guess what? If Nate messaged me tomorrow and said, hey, Christian, I want to talk to you on your podcast about Lindsay and how I think these people are grifters, I would say, Nate, let's talk. Let's have a conversation, dude. Let's talk. I wouldn't mind it. But you can't just say stuff like that. You can't just say stuff like that and expect people not to push back. I see a lot of myself, my own struggle in James Lindsay, guys. Because James Lindsay's brilliant. There's not... To go on Joe Rogan and articulate to the masses why critical race theory is bad, why wokeness is destructive, why it is anti-human, why it is anti-life? Oh, man. That is more impactful, in my opinion, than writing a 6,000-word op-ed. That's just Christian Watson's opinion, though. Hey, what do I know? I'm not in National Review. What do I know? But I'm not trying to disparage anyone. I'm just trying to push back a little bit. So, it's perfectly fine. Look, I have nothing against Nate. I think that tweet is not necessary. I think that it's wrong. It's pretentious. But look, he's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. When I have engaged with him in conversation, we have had fruitful conversations. Nate Hossman is a good, smart guy. Not taking away from him. But what I'm saying to you guys is, James Lindsay. Okay, let me put this up again. Let me show this again, because I'm trying to figure out when is it appropriate? When is it ever appropriate to attack someone like this? Because then we're also going to look through James's responses too, because James has a little bit of a little bit of blame in this as well. But when is it ever appropriate to attack someone like this? When is this ever okay? When is this ever okay, guys? Calling his experiences and his ability and his desire to use his experiences shallow, grievance. When's that ever okay? It's not okay, guys. Now, let me look through James's Twitter, because he said a few things that I think, he could have said them better. But still, I think largely, James has a vivacious presence, and that should not be eschewed or attacked. Okay, so when James said, what is it? He said, blah, 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 blah. Okay, he said, LOL, flex for me, baby. Ha ha ha, what a doofus and so on. So look, I don't think that's right. That's not right, guys. It's not right. Look, I believe in being the bigger person. I believe in showing a level of humility and a level of higher-mindedness that requires you and compels you not to step down into the gutter with other people. Let them stay in the gutter by themselves. What did Bob Dylan say? For those who return with their tongue on fire, gargles in the rat race choir, been out of shape by society's pliers, cares not to come up any higher, but would rather get you down the hole that he's in. That is, it's all right, ma. One of the quotes from his "That's All Right, Ma." When he who speaks with his tongue on fire, who gargles in the rat race. So when your tongue is on fire, when it is just saying all kind of things, when it's having those hot takes, so to speak, when it's speaking all that kind of stuff, and you're in the rat race, so that fiery tongue is involved in a context which gets ultimately nowhere, but perpetuates itself, they eventually go down to the gutter. You're seeing gutter talk right now in our modern discourse. Bob Dylan has some wisdom, guys. Don't get down in the gutter. Don't get down in the rat race. Do your own thing. Do your own thing, James Lindsay. You are a great guy. You are intelligent. You know what it takes to defeat wokeness. You know what it takes to defeat critical race theory. Don't let pretension make you lose yourself, man. So that's Christian Watson's opinion. If anyone cared, that's my opinion of this Nate Hotchman nonsense. Lord have mercy. Okay, good looking. I will not say that on my live stream. Good looking. You know what? I really liked Rush. Look, Rush was one of a kind. He was a legend. I don't agree with everything he said, but I think he was one of a kind. He made what I'm doing possible right now. So, for that alone, I think about him. I think him. I think it's best to stay low-key to avoid the gulag sometimes, especially if you want a career unrelated to politics and if you have children. Look, guys. I think that anything worth standing for will cost something. Anything worth standing for will cost something. Anything worth standing for will cost something. There's no way to avoid that. Whether you face it at the beginning of your career, whether you face it before your career even germinates, whether you face it in the middle of your career or afterwards, everything worth having costs something. Everything worth having, every single thing, every single material thing, every single spiritual thing worth having on this planet will cost you something. So guess what? Just staying low-key will not satiate your principles. That will not get you to be convicted in a certain condition. It costs something, guys. It costs something. All right. Does Nate flex about National Review? Look. Okay, God. Okay, look, here's what I'm saying about him. I have nothing against Nate Hotchman personally. Nothing. Nothing at all. Again, we disagree on a lot. We don't engage in conversation very much. I'm not going to talk bad about him, but I do think, in general, among a lot of right-leaning writers, there is a sense of validation that comes from getting published in National Review, from getting published in City Journal, from getting published in Quillette, and from having academics retweet your stuff. There's a certain validity that comes with that. It's really vain, in my opinion. Just because you're in National Review does not mean you make good stuff. Now, a lot of pieces in National Review are actually very good because they're written by writers that have pretty good pieces, pretty good writing skills, and pretty good conceptual reasoning abilities. But I don't think that if you didn't have that sort of institutional backing, you would have any justification or pseudo-justification to say James Lindsay is a grifter. So I don't know what Nate Hotchman does. I don't follow him very much, frankly. I follow James Lindsay. But I do know that it is concerning to me whenever anyone decides that their way is the best way to do something, that's concerning to me. I don't like that. I don't like that. So, I have nothing against Nate Hotchman. I just think our tone is what we need to work on. Nothing against him. Nothing against the guy at all. Nothing against him. I have nothing against him. Let me reiterate that. I have nothing against him. But I do have something against pretension and condescension. What is Yo Mama So MAGA? Oh, Lord, I don't know. I don't want to know. Jesus Christ. I don't want. You've got to serve someone. That's what. Whoo, that's right. That's what Bob Dylan said, man. You got to serve someone. You have to serve something. Yes, absolutely. Carson. Oh my lord. I'm not even gonna read that on the stream. I'm not gonna read that on the stream, man. Yo, mama's so mad guys. She went to Oh Jesus. First of all, Taco Bell is disgusting. I'm sorry. I don't care what anyone says. Taco Bell is disgusting. Taco Bell is absolutely putrid. It's some of the most mass commercialized trash that I've had. I don't even eat that crap. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. If I'm gonna make tacos, I'm making them at home, fresh ingredients, real ingredients. Taco Bell is disgusting. Yikes. And look, when I eat out, I get fried chicken. Which is not much better, by the way. It's not healthy for you. But I love fried chicken, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me stop talking about my dietary desires. You guys think I'm crazy. 14 people from what I see. Thank you. Look, man. This is the highest we've gotten in the history of our streams. And this is only my second stream. I stream every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I found plastic in my Taco Bell once. You see why I don't, dude? You could convince me that their food is made out of plastic. In all honesty, Taco Bell is disgusting, man. Jesus, I just made ground beef. That's what's up, man. Go Wigs. That's what's up, man. That's what we like. We like ground beef tacos. That's what we do. We don't do that Taco Bell stuff. That's fake stuff. We don't like that. We don't do that at Pensive Politics. Old Country Buffet. Ooh, that's good, man. That's good. Yeah, look, man, yeah. I love the buffet. Jesus. Whoo, man. Okay, let me stop talking about food. I just ate an hour ago. And, okay. Anyway. Okay, how is the website coming and what is the URL? So, Mr. Whittle, a good friend of mine who will reveal themselves if they want to, they are helping me make the website as we speak. So, it'll be up in about a week or so. So, everything else is under construction, but it'll be up in about a week, and I'm excited. And I'm very thankful for this dear friend of mine who is helping me. He knows that I think very highly of him, and I care about him, love him to death. So I'll leave it at that. So if they want to reveal themselves, they can. If not, then that's that. Okay, guys. So I've talked about Rush Limbaugh. I have talked about James Lindsay and why Nate Hodgman shouldn't be attacking James Lindsay and how that's ridiculous and stupid. But anyway, let me talk to you guys. So, you guys, for the next 40 or 50 minutes, depending on how long you guys want me to stay on, because, again, I don't have anything to do in the morning. I have class around late afternoon tomorrow, so I'm all right. So, for the next however many minutes, if I get tired, I'll cut it off, but still, I have a lot of energy right now. So, for the next however many minutes, if you guys want me to react to a video, if you want me to talk about a topic, just let me know. So just tell me in the chat, what do you guys want me to do? A video reaction, topic, throw things out, give me suggestions so that I know. All right, Edward, I'll see you, man. It's always good to talk to you, man. It's always good to talk to you, man. I appreciate your viewership. I appreciate your help and just encouraging me. And that goes for all of you too. If any of you who listen to me and like my stuff, thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. When I say that you're making a young guy achieve his dreams, I mean that thing. I'm not just saying that to make myself feel better. You are. It means a lot for someone like me who is just starting off on a very unconventional path, on a very windy path, one that is uncertain, that is shrouded in mystery. With my college graduation coming up, it's just a lot of things that I'm like, can you do it, man? And you guys, by liking, sharing, and supporting my content, you are making sure that I can have the dreams that I want to have. You're helping me. So God bless you guys. Thank you. I mean that to the bottom of my heart, man. And for those of you who have given me money, there. I don't get emotional, but the first time I got my first donation and I saw the message attached, I cried. There's nothing greater than that, my friends. Nothing. Nothing. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching my stuff. Thank you for sharing my stuff. Thank you for caring about me. Thank you so much, dudes. William, thank you so much for showing up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Guys, if you're here, first of all, two things. Like this video right now. If you are in here, we've got 13 folks here. I don't know how many likes we have right now. Like this video, all of you. Please, like it. Number 2, turn on the notification bell, please. Turn on the notification bell so you can get notified that I'm going live, please. Turn on that bell. Please. Those are 2 things I ask you to do. And if you are obliged, please donate to me. And the handle is in the description below. But no, I'm joking. Not really. Please. If you can, please. Yeah. So, yeah. What do I do, guys? This is the end of our. This is like the last 50 minutes of our stream. Music? When we react to music, okay. Music, okay. What music, guys? Ask me to react to some music. Now, please no crazy. Actually, crazy stuff might be fun. I don't care. Okay, just what music? And if you guys have any questions, any topic questions, any topic suggestions, please let me know. If you guys have any questions at all, any topic suggestions, any video suggestions, anything at all, let me know, okay? Let me know. Yeah, I'm not seeing some people. I'm not seeing some of the stuff. But, again, resend your messages if you guys can. Okay? Weezer's, I never heard of it before. I might do that, no problem. Any topic suggestions, any song requests, any song reactions, any video reactions, any political video reactions. That's always good content, in my opinion. Last time, you guys might remember, I reacted to J-Reg. I didn't know someone like that existed. In my... God. Grandpa voted Democrat. Carson, what stuff are you making me... I'm gonna regret this shit, man. Language. God have mercy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm working on cussing, guys. I'm a Christian. I'm working on cussing. I didn't mean to say that. God have mercy. My apologies. I did not mean to curse. My apologies. I need to work on toning it down a little bit. Okay, Grandpa voted Democrat. Okay, let's react to Grandpa voted Democrat. What the heck is that? Ray Stevens, Grandpa voted Democrat. Well, Grandpa obviously is not being very wise, is he? Well, maybe Grandpa is. I don't know. Maybe Grandpa is. I don't know what Grandpa's political reason, what his ideological reasons for voting Democrat are. But I'm going to presume that they're not anything existentially important. Okay, Grandpa voted Democrat. Okay. Grandpa voted Democrat. Okay, I'm about to watch this, guys, and I will see what's going on here. Grandpa voted Democrat. Okay, before I start...
Hi, this is Ray Stevens.
Okay, do you guys hear that on the stream? Can you hear that, what that video said clearly? Can you guys hear that? What the video said clearly? Before I react to it. Did you guys hear the video clearly? Loud and clear? All right, let's go.
With a public service announcement. I just want to encourage everyone to go vote in this important upcoming election. But keep your eyes peeled and your feelers out for voter fraud. I had a personal experience in the last election, and I have a song here that'll tell you all about it.
Okay. When someone says, let me let this guy keep going for a little bit before I react.
Grandpa was an Eagle Scout, a 33rd degree Mason, and he fought in the Second World War. Was a deacon down at the Baptist Church since 1964. Bought clothes for the homeless, toys for the orphans, on top of giving his tithe. Voted religiously, straight GOP, never missed an election in his life. So it took us by surprise when we heard on the news last night Grandpa voted Democrat, and our family ain't proud of that. Yeah, we thought it was a joke when the big news broke, but the show enough counted his vote, and now we're wondering how he cast it.
Okay. I can't handle the country aesthetic to this piece of political satire. A Christian does not listen to country music. The last country music singer I listened to was recently. It was, what was his name? You've got to know how to hold it, know where to show it. I forgot what's his name? I'm forgetting right now. Help me out, chat. You gotta know where to hold it, know how to. What's his name? I'm blanking right now, guys. Help me out. Gotta know where to hold it. One of you who watches country, who listens to country, you know, who is? Okay, I gotta go look this guy up. Yeah, Kenny Rogers. Yeah. That's us. That's the last time. Yeah. I like Kenny Rogers. I love Kenny Rogers. I think I like Kenny Rogers. I like him. But I don't listen to country typically. Okay, let me see. Okay, screen stop. Okay, my screen should be swapped now. It's swapped now. Okay, let me go back to this. I don't know what to say yet. Let me just watch this a little bit more.
Inside his casket, this sure seems funny to me. How they got his absentee. Grandpa voted Democrat, now he'll never rest in peace.
Okay, I know what the joke is. Okay. It took me a while to get. Okay. The joke is, they got his absentee. Okay. Someone is pretending to be Grandpa, and, I feel stupid. Okay, this is genius. This is genius. I loved it. Let me keep watching. This is genius. You guys can hear everything correct, right? You can hear him on the screen, right? You can hear the stuff in the audio. It's no problem, right? You guys can hear it, you can see it, right? Before I get back to watching it. But this is genius. This is genius. This is damn genius. This is genius. Oh my gosh. This is genius. You guys can hear everything there, right? You can hear the song and everything, correct? I assume that you guys can hear the song and everything, so I'm going to continue listening to this. Okay, good. And we switched. Okay, let's go back.
From the way it sounds, they had a good turnout down at the Mount Olive graveyard. Over 90% of the residents crossed over with their voter card. It's all over the news, and now they're arguing who's caught up in the voter fraud, and how a good man's name could be smeared this way while he's 6 feet under the sod. It sure took us by surprise. He's been dead since '95. Grandpa voted Democrat, and our family ain't proud of that. Yeah, we thought it was a joke when the big news broke, but they sure enough counted his vote. Now we're wondering how he cast it from down inside his casket. It sure seems funny to me how they got his absentee. Grandpa voted Democrat, now he'll never rest in peace. This is one November. I don't.
What do I say? It happens. Dead people vote all the time. Well, okay. Dead people vote, but typically what happens is it's the people that have similar names to them and they think they're dead. But there have been cases of dead people on the voting rolls voting before. It happens. This is hilarious.
Grandpa voted Democrat, now he'll never rest in peace.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh, Jesus. That's brilliant. That's funny. That's funny, too. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have known that it was a Kenny Rogers song. You got to know when to hold it and walk away and all that good stuff. I like Kenny Rogers. I don't mind it. If I tried, I could be a country singer. No, I wouldn't. No, I couldn't. I wouldn't. They wouldn't. No. For several reasons, that wouldn't work. Oh, wow. Okay. My apologies. I think that a connection issue happened, which is my first connection issue during a stream, so that's phenomenal. Are you guys here still? Is everything still all right? You guys here still? I think I disconnected for a moment, but I'm here. Look, hey, look. Look. Everyone knows my opinions about the election and the fraud, and everyone knows what I think about that. If you don't know, go back to my channel and look at my video about the election. I did a full video about it. Many of you may disagree with my take on it. That's my opinion. People know what I believe. So that's all I'll say about that one. Anyway, all right. What's the next one I gotta react to? Okay, Grandpa voted Democrat. My God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Grandpa voted Democrat. What else do I react to? My dog's a Democrat. Okay. All right. Any other things that you guys want me to react to? Anything crazy? Anything controversial? Anything nutty? Because I think Carson enjoys torturing me with that nutty stuff, that controversial stuff. I think he loves it. Carson adores torturing me. He had me react to J-Reg's political compass rap, which is one of the worst things. I couldn't even get through it on this stream. This was last week. Okay, let me look at that one. Okay, I'm gonna look at the dog one. Then someone send me something crazy to react to, like something nutty, something that I could actually like clip off and put into a video, because like I want to react to something crazy. So let me look at this. My dog's a Democrat. Okay, that's concerning. If my cat showed political affinity, I would probably begin questioning if that's really a cat or a government construct that appears like a cat. Because according to some people, birds aren't real. Okay, do it, Carson. I dare you. I double dare you. I double dare. Okay, let me read. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. All right, my screen is swapped. Let me see what's going on here. Let's react. Let's react to. I'm gonna react to this. So let's see what's going on here. I think my dog's a Democrat by Brian Lewis. Let's see what's going on here.
Well, I think my dog's a Democrat, and it breaks my heart to have to say an ugly thing like that. But there's a big old pile of evidence that all points towards the fact my dog might be a Democrat. I pay for all his health care, and I buy everything he eats. I provide him with...
He did not just say I pay all of his health care. Oh, there's truth in comedy. My God. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. You guys are gonna kill me, I swear. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
The place to live just to keep him off the streets, but he just acts like he's entitled. Even tried to unionize the cat. Yeah, I think my dog's a Democrat. He chewed up the Constitution that I keep on display. And every time Benghazi's on TV, he looks the other way.
What difference?
Look, Benghazi was one of the greatest moral tragedies facilitated by government complacency and inaction in the past decade. Hillary Clinton was chiefly responsible for that. She is responsible for the death of several embassy members, including a beautiful ambassador, who was dragged out to the street and killed. I know this is like a joke, but the fact that so many people are willing to be morally complacent with terror and incompetence when it comes from the people who they endorse politically, that's scary. That's called consequentialism. That's called an adherence to teams over principles. So yes, that's actually a very important thing to mention. Lord, let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
This point does it make?
I know he's a liberal, even if he won't admit it. He pooped on my living room rug and tried to tell me George Bush did it. He ain't got no papers, and what really gets my goat is if he could find a ride to town. Well, I know they'd let him vote. Well, sure, we've had some good times, and he's been fun to have around. But if he ever barks about my right to bear arms, I'm gonna have him put down. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? I pay for all his health care, and I buy everything he eats. I provide him with a place to live just to keep him off the streets. You'd have to be a socialist to ever act like that. So my dog must be a Democrat.
He's wrong for that computer projection screen. He's wrong. Oh my gosh.
His mom might be Mrs. Clinton. I think my dogs spread the wealth, government health, flea-bitten Democrat. Dang it.
Oh boy, where do I even start with that one, man? That's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious. Look. Yeah, I don't do country music, man. I can't. I'm a classic rock guy. I was listening to Bryan Adams earlier this morning, and I started the day with Bryan Adams. I ended the day with Eric Clapton. That's the kind of guy I am. But again, I like Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers is awesome. But wow, look, it's hilarious. There's a lot of truth in comedy. A lot of people are complacent because of their political affiliation. A lot of people, out of their political affiliation to Dem, their ability to see the light of the truth. I think that people from both parties are absolutely vulnerable to that kind of pretension. But I think that Democrats certainly are vulnerable to that kind of pretension, because their ideology requires complacency. It requires an adherence to lived experience. It requires an adherence to what appears to be altruistic, not what appears to be just, or what actually is just. It requires a redefinition of language to fit their mold of the universe. So yeah, both sidism is fine, but progressivism is not an ideology that does not lend itself to this kind of behavior, to complacency in the face of tragedy. So that's just a fact. but that's hilarious, man. Okay, what else? What am I reacting to? Okay, Old Town Grope. What the heck? Old Town Grope. Alright, if this is too risque, Carson, I'm cutting it off. This is a Christian stream. This is a PG-13, no, a PG-13 family-friendly stream. So if this gets too wild, I'm cutting it off. I can't do it, man. Okay, man. Okay. By Rucka Rucka Ali. Okay, you've already lost me. Rucka Rucka Ali is a terrible person. But I will react to this. I can't stand that idiot. Jesus Christ. But let's see what's going on here. I can't stand his music, but let's see what's going on here. Okay, Rucka Rucka Ali. Rucka Rucka Ali, okay. Let's see what's going on here.
Rucka Rucka Ali.
Can Joe Biden fill these muffins? Yeah, I'm gonna take my hose by a whole handful. I'm gonna grab till I can't no more. I'm gonna place my paws on a good fine girl. I'm gonna grab till I can't no more. I'm gonna grab a woman's ass. Didn't even ask.
Oh boy. This is the problem with Rucka Rucka. I don't like satirists that conceal the fact that they have an opinion, or try to pretend as if their opinion is not really serious because it's behind the veil of comedy. It's obvious that Rucka Rucka does not like Joe Biden, and that's fine. I'm not a fan of Joe Biden either, but he always prefaces his videos by, "This is a joke." Is it really? Also, Joe Biden has been accused of sexual assault, and the case against him is pretty credible in my opinion. Let's just keep watching.
Just
Just an old man, yeah, can I get a pass? I'm out on the porch, see a couple whores. Go up and I hug them just to show them my support now. Can Joe Biden feel these muffins?
Alright guys, we're done. I'm sorry. This is a Christian stream. Well, not really, but this is a family-friendly PG-13 stream. Carson, what the heck do you have me reacting to? Nope. I tried. Carson, I tried. Dude. I tried to react to that nonsense. I did my best. I did my damnedest to react to that. I can't. The nasally voice. I don't want to listen to that crap. That's gonna mess up my psyche. That's number one. Number two, the guy can't sing. At least Weird Al can sing. Weird Al Yankovic can sing. At least he can sing. And number three, I don't think that kind of stuff really helps progress. It doesn't add anything of value. Okay, yeah, laughing, whatever, man. Okay, whatever. Okay, not my thing. Dread Zeppelin, Black Dog. Okay. Okay, let's see what we have here. Okay, Dread Zeppelin, not Led Zeppelin. Dread. Okay. Ooh, yikes. Dread Zeppelin, Black Dog. Okay. Is this like a parody band for Led Zeppelin? We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Okay, is the screen? Yep. I think the screen's on. Yep, I think so. Yep, yes it is. All right. All right, let's see here.
All right. Charlie, give me a glass of water, please.
Oh, hell. Aw, what is this? Is this like a budget Elvis and his homeless band? Oh, no. Where'd they get these suits from? The dollar store? Oh, he looks like a budget Elvis, like a budget Elvis impersonator. I feel... oh, yikes. I'm in for a wild ride. Yikes.
Charlie, give me a glass of water, please. Resolve our very...
What is he doing? What is the Bob Marley lookalike doing? He's not even... He's like just like moving along. There is a certain okay. If you're not at a pool, okay. I don't want to. Why is he? Okay.
On all the records.
Why are they moving? Oh Lord Jesus! These people. Okay, this is obviously a parody band. Oh God.
Okay. You guys remember this clock? Oh hey hey, Mama said the way you move gonna make you sweat and gonna make you groove. That's good. And I like the way you shake that thing. Go watch how it drip. I can't keep away.
What is he doing? Okay, if the guy was going to be an Elvis impersonator, I would say he's doing a fine job. If he was singing an Elvis song. I don't think this is an Elvis song. I'm not an Elvis Presley fan, but I know Elvis when I see Elvis. So sing my soul, my savior God, to me. That's Elvis. You know, the twisting and the shouting, and this is an Elvis.
Is shy, a burning red, the dreams of you all through my head.
Why is he basically nude? He's almost nude. Is this supposed to be comedic? I don't want to see this. Who wants to see this? Lord have mercy. Is that supposed to... Is something about the human body being exposed in public funny? Okay, I like the drummer. I like the drummer guy. He's handsome. I can do that. I can handle this right here. The bottom. I don't know about everything else though.
Charlie Hodge, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie Hodge. Good job, Charlie.
Is that an old lady or is that the man who was just... You guys enjoy torturing me, don't you? You like torturing. Oh, you guys like torturing me. I don't know what's going on with you guys.
Oh, I don't know what I found out or what people mean by down and out. Get away from me. Charlie Hodge, he's got no class. He just stood here and passed some gas.
Look, if I was Charlie, and in the face of such a steep accusation, I would go. Like, I'm not going to hand you your water anymore or your mic anymore, sir. I'm just going to go at this point, man. That's, Charlie is taking too much abuse. I stand up for Charlie. Charlie actually is the one being victimized here, having him go in front of a camera screen with this budget Elvis impersonator, having him wave for his enjoyment. Yeah, Charlie needs to just go. I wouldn't deal with this unless I'm getting paid a lot of money. Even then, my integrity is worth more than that.
Give me a minute. And I don't know what I've been told that a city living woman ain't got no soul. That's right. All right. All you people out there looking at your computer screens. Black dog, black dog, black dog, black dog. Everybody. Black dog, black dog.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Oh, hell no, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Trinidad, Mr. Ed Zeppelin.
I was walking down the street, the woman up on me.
He sounds like Captain Beefheart from Captain Beefheart and his magical band. My smile is stuck, I cannot go back to your frown. That's what he sounds like. Let me see what chat is saying. I can't see chat while I'm looking at this stuff. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let me keep going. What the hell?
That pine went up to the sky. Man, I cut a slice so that vanity is fine. I eat it all the time. One day can they have any? Any man done? Truth with no
Sunday, man. I'm gonna come on to the back, man. Tell you something now. So Jarvis took me in, man. Let me stay at his house. Free of charge. Ah, the free food I can eat and the smoke I can smoke, man. Good man, boy.
I'm done. With exactly a minute left. No. And this was the worst frame to freeze it on. Ugh. Whew, okay. Yeah. Jesus have mercy. The only thing that kept me sane throughout the duration of that video was the jumper. Like, I can jump like that, and I like that. But, Jesus Christ. But, hell, some people get a kick out of that kind of stuff. I think Weird Al is the best singer satirist, in my opinion. He's actually funny. That kind of stuff, I'm just like wondering who gave them a soundstage to do this stuff in. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. Lord have mercy. AJR. Who's AJR, Carson? Who's AJR? I'm not sure who AJR is. Let's look it up. AJR. Pop Trio is an American indie pop trio composed of multi-instrumentalists Adam, Jack, and Ryan Met. The band are okay. It's interesting. Okay, Mungo Jerry in the Summertime. Who's Mungo Jerry? What kind of name is Mungo Jerry? What kind of name is Mungo Jerry? Mungo Jerry. A British rock group. Oh, okay. Okay, I can get down with this. Cool. Weird Al is great. Weird Al is phenomenal. Weird Al is phenomenal. Okay. And for the 7 of you who are still here, thank you again. So, like, as I mentioned before, there are some times where I will talk about politics and culture all the time. And then I'll just enjoy myself and have fun and relax. Because, really, I think that sometimes you gotta take a break from that stuff. Sometimes you got to. So every Wednesday at 8:30 to whenever I feel the need to go away from you guys, I'm here. Streaming. And, of course, every other day, I'm doing a video and other things. So, again, thank you for your support, for your subscriptions. I love you guys to death. You know it. You know it, man. You know it. All right, Mungo Jerry in the Summertime. Mungo Jerry in the Summertime. Okay. Hey, I like summertime. So let's see what's going on. Let's get ready to watch. Okay, let's watch it.
In the summertime, when the weather is high, you can stretch right up and touch the sky. When the weather's fine, you got women on your mind. Have a drink, have a drive, go out and see what you can find. If a daddy's rich, take her out for a meal. If a daddy's poor, just do what you feel. Speed along the lane, you can turn or a turn of 25.
That's so ironic. If her daddy's rich, take her out for a meal. If her daddy's poor, do what you will. Isn't it funny how sometimes in the process of courtship, we're more worried about social appearances and validation than we are actually about caring for the actual person? Be pensive on that one. That's some brilliant stuff right there. I like these guys already.
When the sun goes down, you can make it good and live by. When I grab people, when I dirty, when I mean, we love everybody, but we do as we please. When the weather's fine, we go fishing. fishing or go sailing in the sea. We're always happy, life's for living, yeah, that's our philosophy. Sing along with us, dee 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 dee, da 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 da, yeah, we're happy, da da da, dee da da dee da 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 da. Soon be summertime and we'll sing again. We go driving or maybe we'll settle down. If she's rich, if she's nice, bring your friends and we'll all go into town. See what you can find. If a daddy's rich, take her out for a meal. If a daddy's poor, just do what you feel. Speed along the lane, you can turn or return to 25. When the sun goes down, you can make it good and live by. We're not bad people, we're not dirty, we're not mean. We love everybody, but we do as we please. When the weather's fine, we go fishing or go sailing in the sea. We're always happy, life's for living, yeah, that's our philosophy. Sing along with us, dee 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 dee, da 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 da, yeah, we're happy, da da da, dee da da dee da 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 da.
Hell yes, guys. Hell yes. Hell yes. Oh dear. Oh well. You guys heard the audio, right? I assume you heard the audio. That microphone, man, I've been playing with it all day. But no, wait, hell yes. Hell yes. That was good stuff. That was good stuff, man. That was some good stuff. That was some good stuff. I like that a lot. If I was with someone that I loved or cared about, I would have played that song on the beach, something like that. It's wonderful. Well, I mean, okay. It's obviously not entirely a romantic song. It's about scoring. Yeah. I that happens sometimes. But no, that's great. Wow. That's a good song. That's a good song. Look, it's interesting how some people are more worried about dating in terms of how it appears as opposed to how they're making the other person feel. Aesthetics over sensations. ANCAP rap. What the hell is an ANCAP? Oh, gee. If it's like J-Rag, I'm gonna scream at you, Ben. ANCAP rap. ANCAP. Young Rippa. Okay, I can't say anything bad about. I like Young Rippa. I like Eric July. I can't say anything bad about him. I like him. I like him a lot. Okay. Which one? Okay. Which one is it? ANCAP Grind. Ancapistan by J-Reg. I'm not watching that crap. Backwards and Out Number. Which one is it, Ben? Which one is it? Rich Girl. Rich Girl by who? Rich Girl. Oh, Hall & Oates. I love Hall & Oates, man. You make my dreams come true. With what you want, you got, and it might be hard to handle. Hall notes are awesome. Like a flame that burns the candle. Daryl Hall, man, that guy's still rocking. Okay. So I have backwards here. This is number, okay. Backwards rap. I got it right here. Words rap. And outnumbered. Alright, let's go for it, man. Let's go for it. ANCAP rap.
A slingshot, impressive, you can't lie. Complain why, apparently.
Oh, let me first say. First, I don't listen to rap that much, but when the beat comes in, I feel like I am overwhelmed. Like a revolution is coming towards me, like a giant wave of something, a mightiness just cascading towards me. Whoa. That has my attention. Alright, let's keep going.
We ain't cut from the same pie. No matter how low-key I be, I still remain hot. These drill bit dim we still find a way to name drop. I could take it for granted, but I understand the mechanics of planning organic raps around amateurs. Damage the enemy that ever had nerve to wake up and blast words that nerds.
Oh crap, this is the wrong one. Okay, sorry, this is the wrong one. Okay, this is the right one. Okay. Let's listen to this one. Okay, sorry.
Yo, the politician will easily mention a lie cause he counting you don't know the truth. You tender probably why you swiping left at the voter booth. Emotional cast, voting on wag quotables. It's supposed to be a polling move, you vote for who is owning you. Y'all must be too dumb or blind to see it get robbed by some guys that's heathens. Your mind's defeated, you high cause you think this guy's a genius. You let him tax you for breathing minus the breathing. You're a jackwagon, so beat it. So be it, I'm never against some nice movement, but if the state call it free, it got a price to it. You claim to be against more slavery, but yet you want the state to confiscate fruits of labor, and it's fake to me. The government's in $18 trillion worth of debt. Forgive me if I don't trust them with my check. Pissing money by the sec, and it's dumb kinda. What kind of dumbfounded clown gladly fund irresponsible warmongers? Democrats act like they the party of peace, while Obama's bombing babies in the streets, and it's weak. They sending drones blowing up hospitals and doctors. Not a lot of difference from a Bush than Barack, cause it's very evident the current president.
Exactly, guys. Exactly. Most of the time, when new politicians get into office, they have the same playbook. They just dress it up in different garb. Exactly, guys. Why do you think Trump was such a threat to people? Because regardless of what you think about him, he had his own garb. He brought his own garb to the table. He did not dress up in the garb of a traditional Republican or a Democrat. He brought his own garb to the table. Exactly. The differences are largely superficial because in effect, in consequence, they do a lot of the same things. They do a lot of the cut cap and whatever. They do a lot of budget stuff. They do a lot of spending. They do a lot of militarism, both sides. There is a reason why Trump was so iconoclastic. There's a reason.
Is not retarded, he's smart like a con artist. Bombarded all the airways, flip-flopping like a dolphin, like the White House with rainbows, so they could get the gay vote and say no. I just see right through the foolishness. We vote for who the ruler is, the pierce when dudes abusing it. The state is cry about police brutality, but wait a minute, that statism, you made that bed so late in it when 8 stitches apply to some black guy with a busted lip and black eye who was beat up by some whack cop cause he didn't want to comply. And you can say that black lives matter, but why we vote for a Democrat who want bigger government than that? Pro-black buffoon. I laugh cause you calling people coons. Look at what your voting habits do. Democrats and white liberals are owning you. Run one of your cities into the ground, and I'd assume that you get it now. They've been holding office since the 60s now. You catapult them into power. You get nothing out of how stupid can you be? Republicans might suck, but they don't hold now office in black cities.
Just ripped. This is why I like Eric July. I'm not into the anarchism thing, but he just ripped into the entire Democratic paradigm that ensnares so many black people into believing progressivism. He just ripped it apart. He's absolutely right. There are certain policies in certain cities that do nothing but fuel subjective ideas which don't correspond to reality, and therefore reject the realities in those cities. Chicago is wrought with cultural ills. The south side of Chicago is an absolute war zone. People die there in mass amounts every week. And yet, we would rather chalk that up to systemic racism and to a lack of social justice, while actually understanding the true causes of those maladies. Eric July is a brilliant guy. I mean, he's brilliant. I like this.
The government has forever opposed black folks. Okay, let's go further, expand that note. From Jim Crow, slave codes, and black holes, the state has always been used to keep us in a lasso. Yet you got these foolish black intellectual dummies making money off cunning blacks. It's funny. On MSNBC speaking on how you need government, then turn around and telling you that they the ones oppressing you, you better move. Social justice warrior activists, I write them off. They more PC than Microsoft. Bit of it, I'm sick of it, oh yeah. Bernie Sanders is an economic illiterate. Sorry, but I can't forget this old hag is so sad, you're so famous. It's almost like you get a bone off taxation and that payment's democratic socialist nonsense.
I'm sweating. This is what the kids call fire, both in a colloquial sense and a metaphysical sense. In my opinion, fire is a good metaphor for anything that causes us to have a revelation about things previously unknown or unconsidered. He is throwing revelations at us. Now, revelations coming like fire. And in a colloquial sense, fire simply means something that's very cool to the kids. So this is very cool in a colloquial sense, and it's revelatory in a metaphysical sense. Continue.
Let's call him what he is. He's a communist with no common sense. Obsessed with Scandinavian nations who ain't got a bigger population than the DM Dub. That's a fact statement. Bernie's the only one that cares, and I don't understand economics, so I blame the problems on the free market and the 1%. Tax cuts and trickle down doesn't work. I know I don't know, and I should probably do some research. I have a right to all things. Healthcare, welfare, I have no problem being owned by government. Well, I do. You could say corporation 90 times repeating it. And parrot Robert Reich, Paul Krugman, and the Keynesian. But that don't change the fact that you just highlight all your ignorance. Intellectually lazy, can't back what you fibbing in, you stupid yet loyal. Existence of the state is immoral. You bending on your knees for who is royal. Not surprised.
Okay, I'm with you until you say the existence of the state is immoral. I don't think so. I think the monopoly of force, which adheres to a legitimate function, which is to protect individual rights, is perfectly legitimate and moral. That's why I don't agree with that. But everything else is good.
Claim to be humanitarian, but ideas are forced by the monopoly of violence. It's fake. For the government to give, it must take. The social contract is what you say. But wait, I gave you no consent to take my wage, so that means that that's not a voluntary exchange.
There is no social contract. The social contract is a BS conception that was brought out of a few philosophers from a few centuries ago. In the Social Contract by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Rousseau says the individual becomes indivisible from the community. So in the process of ensuring the social contract actually exists, in Rousseauian terms, the individual has to dissipate in the community. The sovereign, as Rousseau put it, has to rise up. There is no individual rights in a social contract, with Rousseau at least. Now, Locke tried to devise a different kind of social contract, but even that, again, if I don't consent to it, I'm not a party to it. Simple. Brilliant.
You stole from me. Your money's your money. I don't owe you a dime just cause you exist, not ish, so get over it. Admit it, your ideas ain't good as you say if they need to be enforced by the state, okay? And that's the ANCAP rap. The government has a monopoly of force and violence. If they don't have that, they're not the state. So you can call yourself a humanitarian, but if you want the government to force something across the board, how can you be if that is through coercion and initiation of violence? Or they're sending their goons to confiscate your private property if you don't comply. It is involuntary, thus making it immoral. And no, somebody leaving isn't the way to opt out of this quote-unquote social contract that you guys like to throw out there. It is still force.
Okay. First of all, Eric July is wonderful. Eric July is wonderful. Eric July is wonderful. Good night, Carson. See you, man. Eric July is wonderful. We may not agree entirely on the anarchy thing, but I like him a lot. He's wonderful. Wonderful. So, look. Man, that was a great... Thank you, Ben. That was actually a very good song. A lot of things in that song are actually very correct. Alright, who is still here? We have 7 people I see, but who's still here? You guys can comment in the chat so I know who exactly is still here. And I will go from there. Okay, there are 10 people. Excuse me, there are 10 people watching, from what I see. There are 10 people watching. Wow. Okay, 9 now. Okay, wow. Yeah, my thing does not update really regularly. But, who's here? Again, if you guys are watching me, thank you. Again, I was not expecting to wield such an audience for such a long time. That doesn't happen typically with me. So, but again, I guess the more of these streams that I do, the more of an audience I do wield. So, who is here right now? Hey, Mr. Britton, how are you, sir? Troy, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? Noah, Noah, man, buddy. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for being. Dennis, how you doing? How you doing? I've never seen you here before, Dennis. Thank you for being here. How you guys doing? So, for the last few 20, 30, 40 minutes, I don't know. I'm enjoying this thoroughly. So, for the last 50, 60, I don't know. Okay, we're entering a period where I want you guys to ask me questions. So, I'm going to talk with you guys entirely. I'm going to be talking with chat entirely. So, just talk to me. How are you doing, guys? How's your day going? Any questions about anything you want to know about politics, my life, how I'm doing, my philosophy stuff? Any questions? You ask me. I'm ready to talk. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. And again, there are 13 of you watching. Again, thank you. 14 now. Wow. Who is seeing this? Thank you. And 14 may seem like a very small number. It's not. For a new streamer like me, I had 8. I maxed out at 8 the last stream. So, hell, I'm... should I do streams more regularly? The Morgan Freeman and Mike Wallace interview on Black History Month. Was that the one where Morgan Freeman basically shot down the idea of Black History Month? That's a brilliant stream, by the way. That's a brilliant video, by the way. I think Morgan Freeman is absolutely correct. So my first book, I've actually already decided this because I'm going to write a book, Edward. I'm writing a book. That's going to happen. I don't know when. My goal is in the next 3 years. I already have a few concepts in my head, but without being a spoiler, it's going to be about how political philosophy, through the understanding of ancient fire, can save Americans from destructive mindsets. Mindsets that are destructive in the sense that they rebel against the natural truths America was America was birthed upon. So it's not going to be like a book that's going to just sit there and say, "Oh, we're losing our values," and those stupid people with their pink hair, and oh my, the women are playing with the sports. No. It's going to be like, okay, how are we approaching the political discourse in a way that is so rugged and primitive that it is causing us to lose exactly who we are? It's causing us to lose the sight of the truth. So that's gonna be my first book. That's gonna be my first book. When will it be published? Hell, I don't know. I don't know. I'm grateful I even have a YouTube channel, in all honesty. I don't know. We'll see. God willing, in the next few years. God willing, of course. Next few years. God willing. But guys, talk to me. Come on. What do you want to see from me? How are you guys doing? What questions do you have? Okay, Ben, what dogmatism? I talked about Nate Hodgman earlier today. And for those of you who do not know who Nate Hodgman is, he's a writer, a political writer who went after James Lindsay. James Lindsay, for those of you who are not familiar with James Lindsay is a critical race theory person. Well, no, he's a person who debunks critical race theory, and he's one of the best guys in the block. A writer named Nate Hodgman basically attacked him, called him performative and shallow, and I have a problem with that, because it emerges from a place of pretension and not... Anyway, so I dismantled some dogmatism earlier. I did that. I did that earlier. But again, no attacking, no, I'm not upset at Nate Hodgman. Nate Hodgman can believe what he wants to believe. He's a good guy, I have nothing against him, but I don't like public. And guess what, Mr. Whittle? Public school didn't teach me a single thing. I'm happy that I'm out of that monstrosity. High school was an absolute monstrosity of a time for me. Whew! God have mercy. The stories I could tell you about my high school, would make you wonder, how in the world have I developed what I've developed so far? If you're still reacting to music, have you seen Weird Al's Amish Paradise? I have not. The first song, and the first video I ever saw on YouTube was Weird Al Yankovic's Yoda. And being a Star Wars fan that I am, that really made me happy. Yoda, 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 yeah, Yoda. That video is still up too. That's nostalgia, man. I don't miss being like 6 or 7 years old, but the nostalgia always takes me back. Takes me back always. But yeah, I went to public school, unfortunately. Most unfortunately. What is your stance on gun control? It is an unjust infringement upon an individual's right to own property. It is a cause that is contemporarily driven by an aesthetic aversion. So, for example, one of the primary reasons for most modern contemporary gun control efforts in America, and even in Australia, and even in Britain, is this aesthetic construction of a assault rifle or a military grade rifle. So that what they will do, they will conceive of an aesthetic that they will use the aesthetic of the weapon to make it seem more dangerous than it actually is, and they will use that sense of danger that they've invoked in the listener to urge their sensibilities towards banning the weapon. So essentially, they create a false framework in which these weapons exist, and then go about banning them that way. Gun control these days is built off of a false aesthetic distinction, which has really no basis in any truth. The aesthetics, look, just because something looks something way does not mean it's a good thing. You cannot judge a book by its cover, as the old adage says. So no, gun control is absolutely, it's a violation of rights, number one. Number two, it is primarily driven upon an aesthetic distinction that really has no bearing, no truthful bearing to it. And three, most arguments for gun control emerge from a place of emotional rage, and they seek to use the government's ability to use force to fix whatever void, whatever pain was caused to them by a gun. So whether it's a parent who, unfortunately lost their kid to a school shooter, saying if that person didn't have a gun, it would never happen. Well, how can you ensure that that actually would have been the case if stricter gun laws would have been in place? How can you ensure that? How can you ensure that person would still be alive? There's all kinds of things that about gun control that I don't like. Alexander Zubatov. I don't know who that is, Britain. Alexander Zubatov. Who is that? I did not, Mr. Whittle. Alexander Zubatov. Who the hell is that? Ooh, conservative, litigation. Wow. He writes for Human Events. Wow. 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 Yeah, look, I like this guy already. I'll have to look into him, Britain. He's a writer. Look, just because I do writing primarily does not mean that I don't like interacting with writers. I do. I do. Here's my problem, Britain, and maybe you can help me work through this. Here's my problem. I don't like the fact that so many people in intellectual circles think that if you prefer to do intellectualism through YouTube like I'm doing, you're not as valid as you would be if you're writing. I don't like that, Britain. I don't like that. I think that's wrong. That's a wrong mentality to have. What's your opinion of that? And if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Yeah, but what's your opinion of that, Britain? If you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. That's my thing. That's my primary thing with the intellectual right, is that a lot of them are saying you have to write something. If you don't write something, your work's not valuable. I don't like that. That's why you don't see me hanging around with a lot of academics or whatever. Because a lot of them discount you if you don't write 6,000 word articles. So, Edward, what's your opinion of that? What's your thoughts on that? Well, I am an everyday pundit, aren't I? I talk every day about things. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean, Edward? What does that mean? Okay. I'm not Charlie. I am not Charlie Kirk. I am not Candace Owens. I am not. Nope. That's not me. So if I'm not an everyday pundit, Edward, what would you call me then? What do you call what I do? Okay, I'll check it out, Ben. 1 second. I'm curious what Edward's talking about here, because I don't know what you call what I do. What do you call what I do? Because I think it's hard to quantify it a little bit. I mean, Charlie Kirk, that guy... Man. Yes! Finally, someone admits it. Someone... I ought to break dance now. I ought to dance now. Finally, someone admits it. Finally! You can be an intellectual, and you can be a YouTuber. I call what I do public intellectualism. Okay, developmental public intellectualism. Because I obviously have a lot more to learn, obviously. But that's what I call what I do. Public intellectualism and or political commentary. That's what I call what I do. I agree, Mr. Whittle, and I try to educate. I don't know everything, but I know a lot. Well, okay, I know some things. The man who knows that he knows nothing at all is the wisest man. I know some things. But even in those things, I'm uncertain. There are so many questions about philosophy and politics that I'm just uncertain about, man. I'm like, there are times where I'll say, I don't know, man. And I'm okay with that. See, the problem with some of these political writers... Ha ha ha, Edward. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I was reading some Kant the other day. Man. Very, very convoluted writer. But yeah, I like that, Edward. I think you can be an intellectual and be on YouTube. What do you think Sargon of Akkad does? So that's what I like. I like that stuff. But anyway, okay. Remy's recent parody video. Okay, I don't know who Remy Ma, the rapper. I don't know who Remy is. So let me. Okay, Remy's recent parody video. Okay, all right. Remy Reason TV. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Is it the Shaggy one? It wasn't me? Is that what it is, Ben? It wasn't me? The Shaggy one? That's a great song, by the way. You can catch me in the shower. It wasn't me. Catch me in the camera. It wasn't me. Oh Lord, oh man, I have a weird relationship with that kind of music. Okay, I'm gonna assume that the Remy video is the Shaggy one, so I'm gonna watch that. Okay, Ben? Because I'm morbidly curious right now. I'm morbidly curious. Okay, let's see what's going on here. See what's going on here.
Yo, man. Yo, open up, man. Yo, what you want, man? My constituents just caught me. You let them catch you? I don't know how I let this happen. Wait, where? The place next door, you know? Wait, I thought you ordered all the restaurants to close, man. I don't know what to do. Just say it wasn't you. All right. Voter came in and they caught me red-handed, eating at the place next door. Were there a lot of people there? Picture this, it was not that vacant, like 100 peeps or more. How could I forget that I had Vandalindo gatherings? Just a prime example of a really big hypocrisy. You don't understand, we're not like other creatures. Rules do not apply to us, we are the leaders. Voters can't be trusted to be indoor eaters. They are
This video was made for Andrew Cuomo and every other mayor and official who went out to eat after they told us not to. This video was made for Gavin Newsom. Brilliant.
are more contagious after all, they're mouth breathers. Just tell them it's important to follow all the law. How any violation might kill a grandma. Why you do what you want, even pardon in-laws. Mr. Mayor, how would you prefer your foie gras? Donated? Sir, we saw you at a party.
It wasn't me.
Eating at the French Laundry.
It wasn't me.
You even had the clam chowder.
It wasn't me.
Sir, we got you on camera.
It wasn't me.
You said we can't be super spreading.
It wasn't me.
So I missed my brother's wedding.
It wasn't me.
You jailed a barber for hairdressing.
I have a wedding.
This is getting upsetting. Photo came in and they got me red-handed.
Wow, that's hilarious. Look, I think that... Okay. Look, Shaggy is a good artist too, by the way. I actually like that song. I was listening to that song the other day. You can catch me in the shower. It wasn't me. You can catch me on the sofa. Oh my gosh. Oh. You guys would freak if you saw my music tastes. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. No, Shaggy's actually a good singer. I like that. I like Shaggy. Unfortunately, he's not really popular anymore. He's kind of gone by the wayside artistically. That's funny though. That's really funny. That's funny. That's hilarious. You can catch me in the shower. It wasn't me. Catch me in the camera. It wasn't me. Wow, that's funny. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Genuinely. That's hilarious. I've been streaming for 3 hours now, guys. It's crazy, man. But look, this is what I like to do. I'm not going to go crazy. There are some streamers who stream every night. Okay, guys, do you want this to become a streaming channel or a primarily recorded video channel with like one stream every week? Let's do a poll. Streaming channel or a primarily recording channel where we do one stream every week? Which one, guys? I'm leaning towards the second, but whatever you guys want, I will do. You're my viewers. If you are the ones who are helping me, so whatever you want, I will do. What kind of channel do you want this to be? A channel where I do streams every day in place of recorded videos, or where I mostly do recorded videos and I do like a stream every once a week? What's on your mind, guys? What do you want? Okay, I'm liking that, Edward. Okay, anyone else? What kind of channel do you want this to be, guys? You want me to do streams every single day? Or do you want me to do streams every once a week and do mostly recorded? Okay. So, I'm seeing that you guys want me to do, like, streams, like, every once in a while, not every fucking day. My cursing, God help me. I'm trying not to curse, guys. I actually mean that. I'm trying not to curse. I really am. It's a struggle. I'm trying not to curse. My apologies. I'm doing my very best not to curse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a struggle. I'm trying not to curse. Is that so, Edward? So wait, daily streams create diminishing returns, but daily videos don't. Isn't that interesting? Because, like, ever since I've been uploading daily, my numbers have gone up. So how do you think that? How does that work? You think? What's the equation to that in your opinion? Look, Remy is funny. I think I've met him. I met him at FeeCon once, actually, which is a conference for libertarian people to go to. I met him there. Remy is funny. Remy's funny. The one he played the one You Want People to Die video, which was pretty funny. Especially if you just want people to die. That's hilarious. But Edward, explain to me this diminishing return thing. I think it's interesting. Because look, I don't want to stream every day. I don't want to. I'm good. I'm okay. But if you guys wanted me to, I wouldn't say no. Oh yeah, it's much easier. I can just sit here and talk all day. You know me, I can talk all day. Easy. Easy. But do I want to? And by the way, guys, I have a podcast, the Pensive Politics Podcast. I do stuff there. I cover current events from a philosophical perspective. If you guys want to help me out doubly, please go to Pensive Politics on Apple Podcasts website and leave me both a rating and a review, please. It helps me a lot. Because I have the podcast and the channel, and I'm trying to make sure both get traction. And look, guys, we have some interesting collabs coming up over the next month or so. I think you're going to see this channel get more traction than it already has. Very soon. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Ben. I agree with you, man. I agree. Maybe once I have like a bigger audience, I'll stream. Because I know YouTubers that have like 100,000 subscribers or whatever, or even 50,000, like have people watching them consistently. Edward, I'm gonna get you, dude. I'm gonna get you, man. How dare you mock my escapades? How dare you, sir? Are you invalidating my existence, Edward? How dare you? How dare you? I identify as a TikTok debater slayer. How dare you deny me that, Edward? I am who I think I am, Edward. How dare you? I think, therefore I am, Edward. Big Cart, you ever read him before? How dare you? Oh, Lord, man, that's hilarious. Oh, my. I'm going to get canceled for that right there. I'm going to get canceled for that. Okay, let's do it. Let's do some more Remy. There are a few of you guys here. I'm not worried about people staying or anything. You guys are here. You want me to react? Hey, you guys are here at 11:42 p.m. at night. Let's go for it. All right, let's do Havana. The Remy Havana. The Havana. Okay, banana. Okay. Okay, Remy, banana. Okay. Okay, let's go for this. Let's go for this.
Bananas, unana. Let's put some tariffs on bananas, ooh na na. They should be grown in East Atlanta, na na na. Or maybe even Alabama. Take jobs back from Havana. Bananas, ooh na na. Havana is killing us on trade, I fear. Now that seems over. Look, they have jobs we no longer have here. And now we sell iPhones. Why can't we grow bananas ourselves? They taste worse than Costco. Don't be so stubborn, try one yourself. They need more water. Just grab and peel it like ooh. The texture is intriguing. Internally I'm bleeding. Got me feeling like ooh. We're gonna make a killing. I have to go. Oh na 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 na. Bananas, ooh na na. We'll put some tariffs on bananas, ooh na na. They'll soon be grown in East Atlanta, na na na. Does he ever talk? Or maybe even in Savannah. We're brilliant central planners. Bananas, ooh na na. Jeffrey just graduated fresh on campus, man. Fresh out East Atlanta with no manners, man. Pump, 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 pump. You'd have to pump in heat and water, dude. You need it hot, hot, hotter than Demi Lovato spoon. Too soon. Yeah. Trading on me. Shorty trading on me. Get you trading on me. Put that bacon on me. Put that maple.
I love when comedians explain comparative and absolute advantage through comedy. Brilliant. I love this.
On me is a corn on me. But that trade deficit I can't apply. We got a trade deficit with Santa Claus. Free trades like a magic wand. Turns what you make best into what you want. Bananas, ooh na na. We've gone absolutely bananas, ooh na na. So listen to these central planners, na na na. Tell us how we should grow bananas, how we should trade bananas. Horns, woo!
Brilliant. Oh my gosh. Brilliant. Look. That's brilliant. I like Remy. Remy's smart. Smart guy. Smart guy. I watched one of his videos where he was talking about how everyone likes to turn every lemon tear. Oh, Mr. Physics said that. Okay, let me give a shout out to this guy. Or girl. I don't know what gender or sex you are. Excuse me for assuming. For this person. This person, you have been commenting on almost all my videos. You have been giving very in-depth explanations about what I've been talking about. I appreciate that, man. I smile whenever I see your comments. And most of you do that. Edward does that as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Physics Adept, and thank you so much, Edward. I appreciate it. Because look, it's a lot of work to do this stuff. We got a website coming out very soon. We got more guests coming out very soon. This is a lot of work, man. But I love it because I love you guys. I love seeing what you guys give to me. I love seeing the reactions and the value that I create for you. So, I gotta shout you out, man. Thank you. And you walked into me reacting to a satirist who was attacking anti-free trade mentalities. Brilliantly, in my opinion. Havana, ooh, nah. I don't like Camila Cabello Island, in my opinion. That's that all that stuff. Yikes. Anyway. But yeah, so talk to me, guys. Want me to react to anything else? Want me to talk about anything in particular, any subjects? I'm up for anything. Hey, if you guys are willing to stay for this, the hell am I to like sit back and say, nah, I wouldn't know. Let me just leave after 30 minutes. No. You guys are willing to stay for this long? I'll stay. I don't mind. Ben, that song is in my head now. Havana, ooh, nah. Jesus. But yeah, so what do you guys want me to do? Want me to react to something? What happened to James Lindsay? Okay, so Chris the Bliss, first of all, thank you for being here. I love you. If you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe, like the video and everything. James Lindsay was attacked by a political writer called Nate Hotchman. Nate Hotchman is a former compatriot of mine. We don't really engage very much right now. For reasons that I will not explain. But Nate Hotchman decided it would be a good idea to go out and attack James Lindsay because James Lindsay uses his experience as a focal point in his fight against wokeness. So James Lindsay said, yes, I've been aggrieved by wokeness, therefore I have more reason to fight against it. And Nate Hotchman is basically saying, yeah, this kind of mentality that you have, dude, is just like performative and it's just like not really good. So because someone decides to inform their walk, inform their engagement with the topic from their experience, they're being performative. That's what Nate Hotchman wants me to believe. That's what he wants you to believe, and I disagree with that. So I felt the need to defend James Lindsay. Because I don't think that... Because I face the same kind of pretension. I had people telling me, Christian, if you do not write articles for your commentary, you'll end up like Blair White or Tommy Lauren. Your commentary will have no depth to it. But I thought to myself, well, Blair White has like 1 million followers, and Tommy Lauren has like 3 million followers. I don't mind ending up like them. I'm joking, of course. But, no, I had an individual tell me this. And you guys can probably deduce who this individual was. I've been talking about him all night. So I have a bone to pick a little bit. I have a bone to pick for this. I have a bone to pick, man. I have been silent about this for a long time. I have been silent. I'm tired of being silent. You're not going to attack James Lindsay and expect me. James Lindsay has been doing so much on the front of combating woke stuff more than anyone else. More than Mr. Hoffman himself. More than me even. James Lindsay has been everywhere combating this stuff. He's a brilliant guy. I will excuse him for being silly sometimes. So what? There are times where I've been silly throughout the stream tonight. And Being silly does not make you less of an intellectual. It actually shows that you have a human side to you. It's okay to be silly. It's okay to smile. What did Bob Dylan say? It takes a train to laugh. Takes a... What does that song say? Let me look it up. It takes a train... Okay, it takes a lot to laugh. It takes a train to cry. That's what Bob Dylan said. It takes a lot to laugh. It takes a train to cry. That's what it means, man. I'll read some of the lyrics. Well, I ride on a mail train, baby. I can't buy a thrill. Well, I've been up all night, baby, leaning on the windowsill. Well, if I die on top of the hill, and if I don't make it, you know my baby will. So it's a song about heartache and heartbreak, but it's also about the amount of effort it takes to get involved into despair. Yeah, look, okay, you guys are here, you guys are new to this. Let me go back and let me show you what Nate Hochman basically said about James Lindsay, because it's profoundly disturbing to me. It's disturbing to me, man. Should have kept his mouth shut, in my opinion. Let me show you. I'll show you. I'll show you the tweet that sparked me wanting to talk about James Lindsay. I want to be your lover, baby. I don't want to be your bone. All right, let me show. Okay, you guys see it? You guys should see it. Okay. This was Nate Hochman's tweet against James Lindsay. The right's approach, again, this collective phrasing here, the right is not a monolith. The right is a bunch of people. But anyway, the right's approach to fighting the woke regime cannot be the petty victimhood and grievance politics of conceptual James and his counterparts. Lindsay's approach is performative and shallow. It also is politically ineffective. If that's the best we can do, we will lose. First of all, just because I draw from my experience to inform my arguments does not mean I'm using my experiences as an argument. That's number one. So it is not performative, nor is it shallow. Number two, actually, in fact, if my experiences have enough depth to them to be good for arguments, they cannot be shallow by definition, Mr. Hochman. Number two, the right is not a collective monolith. There are people who oppose woke stuff who are not on the right. Most of them are on the right, but many of them they don't have to be necessarily. Number three, the idea that efficiency equals correctness is fallacious. Something can be efficient but ethically incorrect. I don't really care about political efficiency, because guess what? The issue of wokeness is only incidentally becoming a political issue. It is at first a cultural issue, Mr. Hochman. The issue of wokeness is a cultural issue, not a political issue, a cultural issue. And according to Breitbart, someone who I think you like, culture is downstream of politics. And Andrew Breitbart, regardless of my disagreements with him sometimes, he was a brilliant man. In many respects. So this entire thing here, I just don't like it. It reeks of pretension. It reeks of condescension. I have nothing against Nate Hochman himself. Nothing. He's a good guy, whatever. I don't have anything against him. But when you make tweets like this, I get upset. Because it mirrors the kind of arguments that I face on my intellectual journey by people who discount my work because it is not in National Review or in cityjournal.org. So, that's the deal. That's the deal. Whew. Sorry about that, guys. I had to get that rant out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been holding that in for months. I hate pretension, man. I have never wanted someone to think because I know a few things that I'm better than them or that I'm doing something better than them. That's not the case, man. I'm a human being just like you. I exist in the human space just like you do, brother and sister. I don't know any better than you do, man. Okay. Right. I think that's right. Physically, that's the right physically. That's right. Miseducation. Yeah, that's right. I agree. Yeah, no problem. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. A lot of conservatives have a bad habit of. Do you know how many conservative-leaning students I know who are just scared to death of facing potential consequences for raising their voice and staying convicted righteously. I've got friends that are like, Christian, buddy, I got a life to have, dude. I want to have kids and everything, dude. I want to have a successful career. If I speak out, that's jeopardized. That's a sad state of affairs right there. Hey, Christian, are numbers real, metaphysical, or imaginary? Numbers are real, my friend. I'm not appraised of the conceptual debates around the realness of numbers, but I think mathematics is generally a reflection of the objective tenets of reality. I think you can mathematically and logically reason to axioms. I think that logic and mathematics are very, 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 very close. Special formal logic with all the equations and everything. So yeah, I think numbers are real. They exist. Are they metaphysical? That's a more interesting question to me. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. If you got any theories for me to read on that, please, you know my email, buddy? Email them to me. I don't know if they're metaphysical. I assume so. I think that the existence of the universe and understanding the universe through logic is kind of metaphysical, I think. So why not? Yeah, sure, why not? They could be. This is all very primitive, of course. I need. If you have any theories for me to read, please. No. 2 plus 2 is 4. Numbers are real. Numbers are real 100%. Now, are they metaphysical? Maybe. Potentially. I think so, maybe. Maybe numbers are the reflection of the metaphysical. I think that's probably a good thing to say. I am fighting that with my work as we speak. I mean, dude, I understand it, man. If I was going into a traditional job, if I was not trying to do political commentary as my career, I probably would have a hard time speaking out about things. You know, I'll let you guys know a few things. I mean, I worked as a server for 2 summers. Last summer, I worked as a server and at a restaurant, and I hated every moment of it, but it built character. But there were times where if I mentioned politics, I'd be canned. So I'm just imagine if I'm 20 right now, if I actually had a career outside of college or outside of this commentary stuff that I was working on, what kind of condition would I be in? I face a little bit of pushback in the classroom, but guess what? I don't care anymore, guys. I'm not worried about being popular. Emerson says that there is nothing at last sacred than the sanctity of one's own mind. I'm worried about my mind, man. I'm worried about being accountable to me and my mind. I'm worried about my mind, buddy. I'm worried about my mind. I'm worried about who I am. I'm worried about what I do. I'm not worried about anyone else. So that's now that kind of bold, rugged individualism can get you in trouble practically. But I think good trouble is always wonderful to get into. I don't mind a little bit of a good trouble. There are people on my college campus that consider me a problematic, self-hating black man, a homophobe. Now, for full disclosure, if you've been following my stuff, you do not know this already, I am a gay man. If you don't know this already and you've been following my stuff, where have you been? I have been accused of being a self-hating, homophobic, transphobic gay man. Because I don't let my gayness define me. That sounded so weird to say, gayness. Excuse me. I don't let my sexual disposition define me. There's no reason to. It's so insignificant what I do with my organs in my spare time. All right, okay. Back to the other stuff. The only truth is math. I think that mathematics is a reflection of metaphysical truth. Yeah, I do think that. I think mathematics and by extension logic can help us get there better than anything else we've conceived of so far. That's probably true. I think that's right. Right. Math is axiomatic. It's axiomatic. You may not like it. Yes. It's self-contained. Yes. I think that if you're going to have a true epistemologically correct estimation of truth, it must be self-contained, or else you lead to contradictions. That's right. Yeah, no, I agree with you, physics. I agree with you, man. I agree with you. What about the insanely massive numbers like Skew's number, which are too big to exist in reality? Like infinity or something? Infinity and expression of large numbers. Yeah, okay, dude. That's I have not studied that yet. If you want me to like just do some reasoning on the spot here, again, I have not studied this yet. I'm not an expert on this yet. I'm still learning the higher abstract mathematical philosophy stuff. I'm still learning that kind of stuff. I don't think that if something is incalculable, it doesn't exist. Maybe it just can't be conceptualized by our human minds. Maybe, and I got a friend, Michael Marino, who basically said something similar to this. Maybe the concept of infinity and things that we cannot calculate, maybe that's divinity. Maybe that's God or something. I don't know. Maybe that's something higher than us. I don't know. But I just logically, I just logically, I don't want to say that just because we can't calculate it does not mean that it doesn't exist. I think that's a strictly positivistic mindset, and I believe in positivism. Trust me, but I believe what Locke said, that we have to influence our understanding. We have to make sure that reason and revelation do not go against each other, or that they complement each other, so to speak. I happen to exist that both of those things can exist in the same time. Most people don't think that. I do. So, yeah. So maybe we can't calculate it. Maybe we can't express it. But maybe it's God. Maybe that's what the infinity is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's something. I don't know. Look, physics at depth is much more smarter than I am in mathematics. You can. I'm a philosopher who tries to understand. Damn it! Fuck. That's bad. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm a philosopher that tries to understand the universe. So, maybe it's again, I don't know. Maybe these expressionless numbers that are too big for us to quantify, maybe it's infinity, maybe infinity is God, maybe it's just something that's just beyond our comprehension. I don't know. But does that mean it doesn't exist? Maybe it exists. I don't know. For me in philosophy, the question is more important than the answer sometimes. The answer is good, but we have to have the right kind of question to get the proper answer. So, I like how the question is. Now, the question is, pun, redundancy. Oh, C.S. Lewis would kill me. I like the question. So, pi is an example. You can calculate it within some defined precision, but it is impossible to... Okay. Okay. There's no such thing as a single infinity, okay. No, I would assume there's multiple infinities. I would assume Look, I haven't dug into the deeper abstract metaphysical theory quite yet. I stay in the realms of logic and moral philosophy and things like that, and ethics and stuff like that. But I haven't delved in. So to really blow your mind, there is both countable infinities and uncountable infinity. Okay. Makes sense to me. There are things we can't conceptualize or calculate. Makes sense to me. Now, what the mathematical implications are of uncountable infinities, hell, I don't know, man. Wow, that's a little bit high for me. Is that so? According to Cantor, okay. Cantor. Who's Cantor? I don't know who that is. Oh, he was a mathematician. Yeah, so the philosophy of mathematics, I don't know very much about. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. The philosophy of mathematics is a philosophy a area of philosophy that I have not studied very much. I can speculate, I can guess with deduction, But I sound uninformed right now. So, but hey, I think that it's a strength to admit what you don't know. I've never read Cantor before. Zygmunt. Excuse me. Those German names, German is it? German, Switzerland, Swedish, or what? Those European names sometimes get me going. Okay, yeah, just to demonstrate my affinity of math, I struggle with math throughout my entire high school and even some of my college career. I'm terrible at math. Bad. I understand math on a conceptual level, but if you ask me to calculate things and add things and pi equals square root of 10x 1,000 affinity, you're gonna be very disappointed. I'm terrible at that stuff. It's not a strength of mine. The question is, do I want to get better at that stuff though? I wouldn't mind. Don't have any particular objections to it. I think most philosophers get by without knowing deep mathematics. But I think that it's always good to expand your mind, expand things that you find challenging. It's not necessarily good unless okay. I don't like running away from challenges, typically. Big sister. I'm like imagining that, like philosophy being this like, if we're imagining in young terms, this like nerdy kid with the glasses and the suspenders with like a tome in his hand saying one of the Socratic adages, and like the big sister being like this Wagnerian humongous albatross that kind of watches over him. Oh, that's something else. Something else. Philosophical implications of the lack of a single infinity is the notion that the infinity cannot be attributed to a single God. Okay. No, that makes sense to me. If there's not a single infinity, then there's not a single deity. There have to be multiple deities. That makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Again, I'm just theorizing. I'm just guessing. I'm not. I admit, Zygmunt, in this area, you have read much more than me, and you know much more than I do. I don't know much about the philosophy of mathematics. I just don't. I can guess. I can theorize. I can shoot from the hip, but I don't know very much about it. I've never read Cantor. I never read. But I'm very pleased that my subscribers are talking about abstract number theory. It shows me, because I was worried, Christian, what kind of audience are you going to draw from? So I'm happy you guys have the intelligence to talk about abstract number theory. I'm watching, because I'm learning, because I have no idea about it. So. And guess what? I'm okay with that, man. I'm okay with that. We all have different. Some philosophers are more scientifically minded. Others are more aphoristically minded. No, Christian's not. No, Christian is not saying that. Christian is not saying that. I am genuinely fascinated with this conversation. I really am. I am. I'm fascinated with it, man. I'm fascinated with it. I can't be of much help, but I'm fascinated with it. I really am. I am. Why not? Why not? Come on. Hey, if someone was talking to me about agricultural farming and the mechanisms behind that, I don't know anything about that crap, but I would be fascinated in it. I think the unknown fascinates me, man. I mean, this Nietzschean thing about the void and the staring back. I don't know. I mean, yes, there are some forbidden knowledges that can warp your perception of things, I guess. Do I like Kant? I like the ontology. I like his attempt to make an abstract universal system. But do I like Kant himself? I do not know. I think he's a convoluted writer. I think that... No, I don't like Kant, no. Not a fan. I think that pure rationalism is to have a good understanding of knowledge. I think you absolutely have to have some basis of reality. You have to have some concrete thing, right? I believe what Aristotle first said, then Aquinas said it, then Locke said it. There is nothing in my senses that was not first conveyed. There is nothing in my mind that was not yet first conveyed to my senses. I am an empiricist through and through. That doesn't mean I don't believe that reason and abstractions cannot be useful. I do. And I'm not an empiricist in the sense that I'm a positivist. I don't believe that, the natural world is all that there is. But I believe that knowledge starts with here. So, I have a very Lockean approach to these things. The knowledge starts with here. And arises from here as well. But, of course, I do think there is a place for the abstract. In my opinion, there is a place for God. There is a place for that kind of stuff. Guguri Legiti has a really cool piano composition on a cantor set called Devil's Staircase. Oh, I don't agree. I don't agree, Zygmunt. I don't agree. I don't agree that. I think there absolutely is. There are constants in this universe, and I think those constants can be used to obtain correct moral judgments. I don't agree. Is there a philosopher who makes you emotional? I mean, Nietzsche makes me emotional. It makes me want to cry. Only because... not in a good way, either. Not in a good way. Actually, I spent last night trying to get through this right here. And let me read to you actually so this contains the genealogy and Beyond Good and Evil. Let me read to you one of the most concerning parts of this thing. It's in the genealogy. I had to do an essay about the construction of the Nietzschean man and relating that to liberal democracy. So Nietzsche says, and depending on the translation you're using, this will differ. Okay, this is in the second essay of the genealogy of morals. This is Nietzsche talking about the origin of responsibility. So, let me read this to you. This is Nietzsche talking. This is the second essay of the genealogy of morals. Nietzsche talking. Nietzsche just talking. This is simply the long history of responsibility. That task of breeding an animal which can make promises includes, as we have already grasped, as its condition and preliminary, the more immediate task of first making man to a certain extent. That means forming man, creating man into something. Necessitated, uniform, among his regular and consequently calculable, so quantifiable, the idea of making man quantifiable. The immense work of what I have called the morality of custom, the actual work of man on himself during the longest period of human history, his whole prehistoric work, finds its meaning, its great justification, in spite of all innate hardness, despotism, stupidity, and idiocy, in this fact: man, with the help of the morality of customs and of social strait waistcoats, was made genuinely calculable. If, however, we place at the end of this colossal process, at the end of this process of making man more definable, making man more calculable, more understandable, which is, according to Nietzsche, a bad thing, at the point where the tree finally matures. So according to Nietzsche, this process, there's more to life than a moral process, which I think is correct, but there's something greater. At the point where the tree finally matures its fruits, when society and its morality of custom finally bring to light that to which it was only the means, meaning the thing that it used to get there, then we do find the ripest fruit on its tree, the sovereign individual. So as an individualist, when I first saw this, I was like, oh, hell yeah. Then I read a few more lines. That resembles only himself, okay, but in resembling himself, has got loose from the morality of custom, the autonomous, supermoral individual. An individual that transcends understandings of morality. For, according to Nietzsche, autonomous and moral are mutually exclusive. So to be bound by it, to adhere to a moral code for Nietzsche is to be in some way enslaved or whatever, or to be captive. This is Nietzsche. In short, the man of the personal, long, and independent will, competent to promise, and we find in him a proud consciousness vibrating in every fiber of what has at last been achieved and has vivified in him. A genuine consciousness of power and freedom, a feeling of human perfection in general. And this man has grown to freedom, who is really competent to promise, this lord of free will, this sovereign. How is it possible for him not to know how great is his superiority over everything, incapable of binding itself by promises? That passage there scares the fuck out of me. So, Nietzsche's not my cup of tea. Zygmunt and I had a Twitter spat about Nietzsche. Look, Nietzsche had a lot of valuable contributions to philosophy and psychology. I get that. He doesn't do it for me. Personally. I've taken the time to read his stuff. I've looked at secondary sources to see if my understanding was correct. And Nietzsche just doesn't do it for me. I believe in constants. I believe in following moral codes. I believe in absolute truth. I believe in objective morality. I disagree with Nietzsche on the fundamentals, but there are some things Nietzsche says that are brilliant. He adulates the Jew, in his words, the Jews, in their fight against oppressive moral systems from the aristocracy. He does this in the first essay of the Genealogy of Morals. And in all honesty, I think that if a moral system is arbitrary and an aristocracy is trying to impose it upon you, and it's like really arbitrary, hey, fight it. But the problem is, Nietzsche calls for the transvaluation of values, a re-examination of all absolutes and all moral codes, and a constant re-examination of them to the point where it's basically self-perpetuating. So, one code is reevaluated, the next one is reevaluated. Like, you don't stop at a status quo until you reach the process of the supermoral whatever. So, there are some things where I'm like, okay, you make sense. Other things where I'm like, no, man, I can't follow you there. That's just me, though. There are people who love Nietzsche. There are Nietzscheans. I've talked to some. They tend to be really, really sad people. Like not like sad in terms of like their life. Their life's actually pretty good. They tend to be emotionally sad, depressed, no hope. You can't live thinking that the world is always against you and that you are a sort of solipsistic guide of yourself. Look, I like individualism. I don't like solipsism. There's more to this world than just you. In fact, your individualism should be informed by the natural principles which allow you to be alive, not by your own foolish whims and pleasures. That's just me, though. I'm sure Zygmunt would disagree. And maybe, hey, Zygmunt, maybe you can come on my podcast. We can have a philosophical conversation about Nietzsche. I don't mind. I like opposing opinions. I don't mind at all. Ben says, this conversation is over my head. Hey, how do you think I feel about mathematics talk? How do you think I feel about mathematics talk? Yeah, Nietzsche's not a nihilist. He is not a nihilist. He thinks that his system of the sort of transvaluation of values can actually prevent nihilism from setting in. No, Nietzsche is not a nihilist. He's not. I agree with you. He's not that. He's not that. That thing he is not. He speaks about nihilism all the time. Yeah, I mean, Zygmunt, I'm not. Look, I'm not. I love having conversations about these things. You know, and if I turn out to be wrong, because I think you have like a master's or a PhD in philosophy or something like that. If I turn out to be wrong, Zygmunt, I'll simply reevaluate my priors and I'll study more, as I'm already doing. So I don't have any fear. Let's do it. I don't mind. I'm still learning. I'm not a expert at everything. I'm not an expert at anything, actually. I'm still learning. I don't want to define Nietzsche. I think that it's bad to put philosophers in these boxes. I don't think he's an existentialist, although he has quite a few existential musings in his philosophy. He's influenced existentialists, certainly. In my opinion, he's certainly influenced them. He's influenced postmodernists. In fact, let me No, look, Zygmunt, look. If I am wrong about something, in someone who has more knowledge about certain philosophical issues than I do, or more experience with them, can help me out. What did they do over in Athens in the school? Socrates, all of them, they challenge each other. And when I'm just sitting here in my room reading philosophy, who challenges me? My professors barely... Look, I love my professors, but they're not really engaged. They're caught up with research. They're busy all the time. So what's the other choice is to go on Reddit and talk to philosophy people. I'm not going to do that. They're pretentious to sell over there. So I sit in here and I read. So I don't mind having a good conversation. But there's a point, and there is a passage in the genealogy of morals that quite literally gives form to critical race theory, or critical theory. There is a passage that I think, if you're going to tie Nietzsche to critical theory in some senses, and there are some scholars who do, some who do not. He never explicitly said anything about it, but people are saying that critical theorists were influenced by him in some way. If you're going to tie that to them, then there's a passage in the genealogy that I think gives you a damn good case. A damn good case at saying that he probably believed that. He probably had the foundations for that. I'm trying to find it. I'm doing my very best to find this. Excuse me. I think I put it in my paper. Did I put it in my paper? I did. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I found it. Okay. Okay. See, I'm not going crazy. Christian Watson's not going crazy. Okay. So, in the first essay of the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche is trying to figure out exactly where the notion of good and bad, where these things come from, and he takes a historical viewpoint of it. So, I'm going to read to you something he says. I'm going to summarize and I'm going to read. Nietzsche basically says that good and bad came from the sort of people having power. He calls them the nobility, the aristocracy, reflecting their existence upon their subjects, valuing themselves at a higher level, and then imposing their definitions of their existence onto their subjects, and therefore creating terms that had baked into them aristocratic ideas. If this sounds confusing, it's because it is. But basically, let's say that I have control over you, right? Let's say I have power over you. And you have no authority to do anything to stop my power. Let's say this is a thought experiment. In that instance, I can theoretically define how you are viewed are how you are seen on an ontological level through social stuff, through social means. And so if there are enough of me, and I have enough power, and enough force, and enough authority, I can literally reinvent language to make me seem better than you, and make you seem worse than me, and associate things about you with the worst things, and associate things about me with the good things. Therefore, we get our conceptions of good and bad. That's literally what Nietzsche says. Foucault kind of says the same thing. So let me show you here. Yeah. So he says the pathos of nobility and distance, as I have said, the chronic and despotic esprit de corps, and fundamental instinct of a higher dominion race class coming into association with a meaner race class, an under race. That is the origin of the antithesis, the contrast of good and bad. Nietzsche says good and bad, our understanding of good and bad morality, comes from power dynamics. Doesn't that sound a lot like critical theorists? Because it is critical theory. it influenced critical theory. Obviously, this book was written way before critical theory was even a thing, but it influenced the Frankfurt School. It influenced these folks. I'm just telling you the facts. So that's not to say that we discount Nietzsche. Obviously, if Nietzsche can influence critical theorists and deconstructionists, then quite obviously he has that immense impact. I mean, not discounting his other impacts. I mean, I can't believe I'm talking about Nietzsche. I'm doing a lecture on Nietzsche at 12:30 a.m. Oh Lord, have mercy. And you guys are watching it too. I might actually clip this out and do a separate video, like have like Christian Watson talks about Nietzsche or something like that. But no, this is the guy. And again, I don't, it's not my thing. I don't like it. As I mentioned before, I like having a strong sense of morality and ethics and a stable foundation for all of those things. I like respecting people's rights, regardless of my super moral transvaluation of values. I like doing those things. I think those things are best accordance to the principles of undergirded reality. I like doing those things. Nietzsche thinks that those things can sometimes hold us down. It's more influenced by Marxism than well, sure. I mean, the Frankfurt School founders were neo-Marxists, so of course there's a more immediate influence. But I'm saying that the more distant influence is probably Nietzsche, based on his understanding of how morality is constructed. He's quite literally doing a lot of the things that modern-day postmodernists and critical race theory people or critical theory people do. I'm not saying that he would have endorsed critical theory. I'm saying that a lot of his methodology has been adopted, whether incidentally or whatever, by critical theorists. I mean, I just read to you how he's tracing back the origins of morality through power dynamics. So what a critical theorist would do, they would read that and say, okay, this sounds good. They may disregard his in context. They may disregard everything else. They'll read that, they'll rip from that, and they'll adopt a methodology for everything, which may indeed, I agree, take away from Nietzsche's main point, but still. My point is, the guy has been influential. And I'm sure you would agree with that, Zygmunt. The guy's been influential. And yes, I do have unconventional readings of these people. But, I mean, I can back it up with evidence. I can read and back it up with evidence. So, yeah, of course, Marx obviously had a more immediate influence, obviously. They're neo-Marxists, of course. Ha 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 ha, that's funny. You're brilliant, Edward. That's actually funny. That's clever. Okay, Nietzsche's making my head hurt. I'm sorry, I can't read that stuff anymore. Hey, he has a very engaging... Sure, no, Nietzsche thinks that there's a certain kind of way to be excellent. He thinks there's a certain kind of way to be the excellent man, to be, again, transvaluation of values. He thinks the Jews are excellent. And look, I'm not making a statement. I think Jewish people are awesome. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying Nietzsche calls them the Jews in his work. That's not YouTube. I am not being anti-Semitic. I'm not. All I'm saying is that Nietzsche calls them Jews in his work. So I'm not. That's not Christian Watson say anything. I love Jewish people. I'm not saying, and this is just being very clear. Being very clear. Look, so Zygmunt, I don't doubt that there definitely are. I'm sure there are differences between Nietzsche and critical race theory people, but what I'm saying is they have adopted his methodology. Can you deny that? Can you deny that? You can't deny that. They have adopted his methodology. His way of understanding the origins of concepts and power dynamics, they've adopted that. I think that's prima facie, in my opinion, man. Yeah, well, physics, I'm not even monetized yet. Believe it or not, I'm doing all this for free. Well, yeah. Because I love it. This is the spice of life, guys. I love staying up till 12 a.m. talking to you guys about things. Because I love you guys, you know? Even if I am a little bit amateurish, Sigmund, I still appreciate your engagement. I do. I'm just kidding, by the way. I cannot believe there are people listening to me at 12 a.m. lecturing about Nietzsche. And Carson, don't you dare take me out of context, man. Don't you dare do that. Sure, Zygmunt, I would never say that Nietzsche would be down with totally deconstructing the society and reducing it to a single thing. No, I would never. I don't think Nietzsche. No, I don't think he'd be into that. I do think that he is very much into getting rid of external binds, though, which weigh the individual down, in his opinion, from becoming that sort of super moral Ubermensch. What's it? Ubermensch, right? I think that's what Nietzsche. I think that's what Nietzsche absolutely would want. But I don't think that you become the Ubermensch by being bogged down with critical theory. I think that you kind of destroy your ability to be the Ubermensch, right? So and thus spoke Zarathustra. And thus spoke Zarathustra. Nietzsche walks through the three metamorphoses of spirit, right? You have the child. Now hold on. I think it's the child, the lion. Okay, anyway, there are three metamorphoses of spirit. My brain's skipping me. I'm sorry. There's the lion is one of them, and all three of them are basically stages you have to go through and stuff. And I think that the critical race theory people get stuck in one of those stages and would never go through the entire process because they're so bogged down in one stage. So yeah, I agree. You can from a Nietzschean point of view, you can easily say, hey, if you're into this critical race theory deconstruction stuff, you are missing Nietzsche's point. Sure, I agree. My readings of him that I've seen, yeah, sure. I figured so. I mean, I figured as much. Again, you know, you probably have studied Nietzsche more than I have, but I figured as much. So, no, yeah, I agree. But can we deny the fact that even if they go against the ends that Nietzsche wanted to eventually reach, can we deny the fact that Nietzsche's methods have been used, even if they're not used to an end that he wanted, have been used by critical theorists? That's not making a value judgment. That's simply saying, hey, he's been influential. Yes, hey, he's been influential, man. So, again, I'm not a Nietzsche scholar. Again, he rubs me the wrong way. I think he has some valuable insights, but I'm not a Nietzsche scholar. I'm not. Yeah, sure, yeah. He says that democratic prejudice and democratic. He says democratic prejudice is a great danger. That's what he says in the genealogy of morals. Right. That's why he also continually attacks the idea of democracy and things of that sort. Yeah. Why not? Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. But no, again, Nietzsche just doesn't do much for me. Personally. Maybe I'm uncultured. I have sat through and I've read his essays. I don't like his vision of the world. BLM endorses critical race theory, right? Well, okay, so here's the thing about this critical theory stuff. A lot of people will use constructs of critical race theory without explicitly endorsing it. It's like, for example, how journalists and political commentators and pundits will play with very superficial, streamlined version of concepts without actually understanding what they're talking about. I think a lot of BLM activists don't have a proper understanding of critical race theory and certainly don't know how to use it beyond saying, oh, oppression here, oppression there, oh, reduce this there, reduce this here. So, I think that that they're using something that is in the appearance of CRT, but they don't know what it is actually. Now, some of the higher level folks like Sean King and DeRay McKesson, they know what it is. Oh yeah, they do. Okay, so Noam Chomsky's political takes are mostly terrible. I think that he is one of the most pretentious academics to ever grace contemporary political thought. Having said that, Noam Chomsky is a very smart man. He is one of the pioneers in cognitive psychology. He is a brilliant linguist. I think that if he would have stayed in those fields and would have stayed out of politics, things would have been better. But I do think, and Buckley and Chomsky had a debate in the 60s on Buckley's show, which Buckley came out looking pretty bad, unfortunately. I love Buckley. Buckley's one of my favorite inspirations. I love Buckley. But he came out looking pretty bad. Buckley and Chomsky had a debate, and basically Buckley was spending the entire debate banging the war drum. And Chomsky was saying, no, Vietnam's bad, dude. And guess what? Chomsky was right. Vietnam was bad. It was one of the greatest derelictions of the moral duty of our government. The moral duty being the duty to actually remain in its proper station, which is protecting individual rights and not fighting ideological crusades around the world. Of course, Noam Chomsky didn't argue from that point. He did more than just say, oh, well, this is immoral. He went to all kind of other different considerations. Because that's what he does. Chomsky also has this weird concept of the libertarian socialist. That is, there's no such thing. I think that's what I understand. There are people who are like, well, I'm a mutualist, or I believe I like Proudhon. Well, guess what? You need to be honest in the conception of libertarianism that you're using. Chomsky uses a European conception of libertarianism, which does not mean anything that the American conception of libertarianism means. In fact, Chomsky uses this fact to say that American libertarianism is invalid. It's not invalid, it's a different system than European libertarianism. American libertarianism is quite literally birthed from the tenets of natural law that came out from Hugo Grotius and Pufendorf, went through Hobbes, came out through Locke, was officiated in the Declaration of Independence. I mean, that's what American libertarianism is. If you read the three most seminal books, according to scholars, that birthed American libertarianism, The Fountainhead, The Discovery of Freedom, and The God of the Machine, all occurring in 1943, same year, by those three women, Isabel Patterson, Rose Withers Lane, and Ayn Rand, those books are considered to be the formulation of the doctrine of modern-day American libertarianism. Before that, you had the old right. You had people like Max Eastman. You had people like Albert J. Nock. You had the old right. Before then, you had people like Lysander Spooner, who weren't really libertarians, or were more so anarchists. I won't even say anarcho-capitalist, because Lysander Spooner had some very non-capitalist views. But my point is this. American libertarianism cannot... It has European influences, of course, as does the American founding, but I think that it is richly and uniquely an American phenomenon in how it has manifested. So Chomsky gets a lot of things wrong in that regard, too. But all in all, if someone wants to go listen to Chomsky, that's fine. He's a smart guy. I think he's wrong on a lot of things. Right on some things. I don't hate him. It's not worth your time to hate people you disagree with. I think Chomsky is probably a stand-up guy in real life. I know people who have met Chomsky. Actually, I have one of my friends. Chomsky was on the staff at her college, and she actually met him and got to talk to him on his office. He's a very humble person. One thing that I think Chomsky's good at, he cuts through jargon. Sam Harris and Chomsky had a very public email, letter, back and forth. And Chomsky was basically responding with like one paragraph or less, and Harris would like put like 6 or 7 or 8 paragraphs. And look, Sam Harris, I respect him as an intellectual. I think he's wrong about God and everything else, but I think that he's a good person for free speech. I think that he has said some very grudging truths about Islam that people don't want to hear. If you want to hear more, watch his debate with Ben Affleck on Bill Maher's show. But I don't. Chomsky's okay. Just to keep it short. Mutualism is so niche. Yes, it is. But if you want to understand the different gradations of American libertarianism, it's good to know what mutualism is, even if it's completely and utterly ridiculous. Well, if you work for 23 hours, you'll get a work note that is commensurate with that 23-hour work. Okay, is all work equal? I mean, there are a lot of just practical problems with mutualism that I just don't like, and I don't get. I don't like it at all. But look, dude, I'm a nerd. I spend my time studying political theory, so this is the kind of stuff that goes through my head. Whereas most normal people would be sitting down and sleeping at 12 a.m. I'm up here talking about Nietzsche and the problem of the modern individual man and democracy and weird abstract number theory and all kind of interesting stuff. Yeah, look, I'm not saying... Look, Chomsky has some good things about him. Hey, Russell Brand has some good things about him. I'm not saying Russell Brand is comparable to Chomsky, because he definitely is not. But I'm just saying, there are some authors that have some good things about them. I'm just not... The fundamentals is where I kind of break away. The fundamentals. Christian Watson... We need to talk about ANCAP stuff. I agree with you. I agree entirely. Sure. Look, dude, look, you know I respect you and everything. I'm not an ANCAP myself. Debate Ezra Klein. I would love to. I would love to. Look, people are like, Christian, why don't you do more debates? Well, I mean, I try to. After that TikTok route thing that happened, I got kind of scared. I won't lie to you guys. Like, for those of you who do not know, I went on TikTok. So no. Here's what happened. I'll tell you guys the entire story. So I'm trying to expand my brand because I'm trying to become a political commentator and or a public intellectual. So you have to be in multiple places and everything. So I thought, okay, TikTok, is this a reasonable place for me to be? Now TikTok has all kind of stuff that I think is silly. The Big Bank Challenge, the Bus It Challenge, Bus It Open. Well, I come from a community where Bus It Open meant something very vulgar and explicit. Like, where I come from, like, what are you guys talking about? Bust it open? Bust it down? What the hell? Where I come from, that meant something different. And I trust that you intelligent folks know what the heck that meant. So I thought, do I want to be around a bunch of puerile, sophomoric nonsense like that every damn day? I'm like, hell no, fuck that. My cursing, I'm sorry for cursing, guys. Man, they're never gonna monetize me. I'm sorry. I don't curse in my videos. I don't think I curse in my videos. But my live streams, I'm unfiltered, guys. I'm unfiltered. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm a good Christian man. But so, my friend was like, Christian, there are these very intelligent guys on TikTok who are like libertarians, classical liberals, and conservatives. They want to talk to you. I'm like, okay, that's fine. That's awesome. You know, they're like-minded. Let's go. So I go on their Zoom chat, and they begin asking me all kind of weird questions. Like, aggressive questions. Debating questions. I was under the impression that I was there for a friendly conversation with a few like-minded folks. I was not under the impression that I was there for anything other than that. Well, that friendly conversation turned into a 3-hour gladiator fight. So they questioned. One of the first things people asked me, Edward, I'm gonna hit you, man. Dude, I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna violate the NAP, dude. I promise you. I'm gonna violate the NAP, man. Oh god. Okay, I can't. You're too silly. You're too silly, dude. You're way too damn silly for me. Nah. You're a mess, man. So they began asking me all these weird questions, like, okay, are you a cognitivist, Christian? I'm like, what the hell is a damn cognitivist? So I'm like, what is that? And they're like, oh, well, do you believe it's a metaethical theory? I know this now. Do you believe that that reality is, what do they say? That things like sentences express propositions and things can be true or false. Is morality real, or is morality objective or whatever? And I'm like, if you just asked me that, I would have said yes. Look, I don't come from a school of philosophy that engages too much with jargon. So they began throwing me the fuck off. My cursing, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be. It's 12:47. I'm gonna be blunt with you guys tonight. So they began asking me all kind of weird questions. Are you a cognitivist, Christian? I'm like, a what? A what? I'm like, yeah, I believe in objective morality. Yeah. Like, okay, what? Like, okay, are you an empiricist? Like, do you believe that we gain truth through sensation? I'm like, well, I think sensation surely helps us define things. I think that our reason kind of works in the background and helps us how do you define hotness, Christian? How do you define heatness, Christian? I'm like, what are you talking about? I define it in relation to the opposite. So that's kind of what you like. No. It's like if you put your hand on a burner, Christian, you touch the burner, you can't define what that is. I said, yeah, it's a burning thing. He's like, no, it's hotness. How do you define hotness, Christian? I'm like, what context are you talking about? So at this point, I'm just like, okay, this is an ambush, man. It's not that I didn't have good answers. It's that I didn't have the answers that they saw satisfactory. So at this point, I'm thinking, okay, am I not reading enough metaethical theory? I bust my ass reading all kind of philosophical shit. Am I not reading enough? What's going on with you, Christian? I'm like going all everywhere. I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on with you, Christian? You should be able to answer this stuff. Then they kept just ambushing me with all kind of crazy stuff. One at a time they said, "Well, Christian, don't you think that it's necessary that if possible to kill someone if they're violating your property rights? If you believe in the NAP, and you cannot stop a rights violation through any other means but by killing someone, isn't that legal by the NAP standards?" And I'm trying to tell them, look, dude. In retrospect, I should have said yes. Not because I want to kill people, I don't want to kill people, but because when people get you into thought experiments like that, there's only one goal they have on their mind. They're trying to test the limits of your philosophy. No matter what moral system you subscribe to, if someone puts you in a ridiculous thought experiment, you will be forced to make a compromise that in real life you would not have to make. This is what Ayn Rand called lifeboat ethics. Don't believe me? Let's just watch. As Bruno Mars said, don't believe me, just watch. Boom. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Anyway, okay. Let me pull up the lexicon. So Ayn Rand had a term for lifeboat ethics. The ethics of emergencies. Let me read this for you guys. Okay. So, Ayn Rand and the virtue of selfishness engages with this sort of thought experiment where you have these sort of ethical quandaries that involve death. So it reads here, the lesson of the scenario is that you have to choose between your life and the life of another person. There is a fundamental disharmony of interest, and it's killed or be killed. So you see here, they were kind of putting me into a lifeboat ethics situation with that. Oh, your rights will be violated or you'll kill people. which means in life you're either a murderer or a victim, or you sacrifice your life for other people. What happens next is that this scenario is taken to be some kind of proof of moral principles. You're expected to learn the lesson of the conflict and decide on a method of conduct that conforms to it. Will you choose to be a murderer, or will you voluntarily sacrifice yourself for the greater good? This is the problem with these outrageous thought experiments. But Rand has something different to say about this. The problem is that these ethics derived from emergencies are anti-contextual. It's just not true that there is a disharmony of interest. We don't have to choose between killing and dying in day-to-day life. We don't have to choose between sacrificing ourselves to others or others to ourselves. So listen to this, abstracting general principles from these situations is a really bad idea. The principles are based on such a radically alien context that they're not relevant at all. So the problem with all these crazy thought experiments is that they try to gain general principles from ridiculous premises. And Ayn Rand says, that's not helpful, dude. That's not helpful at all. And she's right. Now, I've got a friend, Michael Marino, and he told me, well, Christian, I disagree. I disagree because if you're going to have a moral system, it has to be consistent universally in every single scenario, or else it's not a moral system. And I hear that argument. I think that it's a sound argument. But I think Rand was addressing the practicality of these thought experiments. Not so much that they happen or they exist, but the practicality of them. That's what Rand was talking about. Like the trolley problem. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Rand would say the trolley problem, dude, you're trying to abstract moral qualities from a completely and utterly situation that is alien to reality. Now, Zygmunt might tear into me for this. Because a lot of philosophers are like, no, the trolley problem is important because it explains limits and things, da 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 da. But Rand would say, nope, no, sir, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's not how we do things. Because objectivists are all about operating within reality, not within the situation of what ifs or whatever. Yeah, look, and I think that thought experiments, to a certain extent, physics are very important. They are very important. I think that you can test the boundaries of a philosophy with those experiments, but at what point do you take those experiments to mean something meaningful about the philosophy? That's the problem that Rand talks about. So that's what I think about these ridiculous thought experiments. So if I were to run into that again, I would just say, guys, first of all, cut out the jargon. Cut out the ridiculous thought experiments. If you want to engage with me on a level that actually is going to mirror the world we're in, because really, they didn't even talk about theory in there. They talked about semantics. Those TikTok debaters were entirely involved with semantics. They were trying to dismantle my argument, not find the truth. So, I have a sour taste in my mouth about that kind of thing. Doesn't reflect how moral theorizing really works. No, I think that's right. It puts a bunch of presuppositions into the category, and yeah, I think that's right. That's right. So you must agree with Ayn Rand then. There is a practical aspect to moral thinking. Ayn Rand is saying there is a practical aspect to moral thinking, and that the context of that moral thinking cannot be helpful to us if it is alien from reality. That's Ayn Rand's entire critique, and I happen to agree entirely. It's extremely valuable. It is an intermediate value theorem. It's basic math used in very high-level math all the time. Yeah, that's the golden mean. I think that's basically the concept of Aristotle's golden mean. Well, the golden mean. See, there's a mean in Aristotelian ethics. There's a mean in all kind of in virtue and justice, all kind of stuff. There's the mean is basically one of the most distinctive features of Aristotle's ethical thought. Yeah, I mean, I think I was talking to Stephen Cox, who is an academic, who actually he wrote the introduction for this book. He told me, he's a Christian, this deal of finding the mean can be good sometimes, but there comes to a point where it makes no sense. Rosewater Lane said, "Don't tell me about the middle of the road, tell me where the road leads." That's how I think about this mean business. I don't want to know what the best between two extremes are. I want to know what the best leads to. That's what I think about that sort of idea. Now, the greatest regret that I have about libertarian political philosophy is that a lot of libertarian thinkers never really considered ethics beyond a constraint on the state. Because, I mean, how do you answer communitarian ethics, Aristotelian claims about it? How do you answer After Virtue by Alistair? How the hell do you say this man's name? Alistair McIntyre. I hope I'm saying his name right. How do you answer that? What if you're just focusing on the government? This is one of the greatest flaws. I mean, as a libertarian, conservative, this is one of the greatest flaws of my moral philosophy. How the hell do you answer for ethics or for continence beyond government bad or government restricted or individual important in government relations? How do you answer for that? I think there are ways, but I don't think those ways are necessarily implicit in rigid in the letter of libertarian philosophy. I think you can find the answer for those things in natural law theory. I do. Absolutely. It takes a lot of digging though. I'm doing my senior. I'm a junior right now in college. I'm doing my senior philosophy thesis in the connection between natural law theory and human freedom. So I'm going to be reading more of Grotius, Pufendorf, Christian Tomsius, Emmett D. Vattel. I'm going to put some Patterson in it. I'm going to put a guy called Otterton Herbert, one of Herbert Spencer's proteges. We're going to explore all those. We're going to focus mostly on Grotius. Grotius, the Law of War and Peace will be my primary focus. But I'm going to put in aspects from other schools of thought as well. So, Edward, the best thing is, well, unfortunate for me, actually, the debate was not recorded. I wish it was. Was not recorded. And look, I'm kind of happy it wasn't recorded. I don't like getting embarrassed. Because I was caught off guard, man. Look, nothing wrong with being caught off guard. But I was caught off guard. I don't like getting embarrassed. I agree, Ben. You don't have to be an objectivist to argue for pragmatic philosophy. Not at all. I agree. You're right. You're right. What time is it for where you guys are? Sorry, when it goes after a certain time, my tongue gets tied. As Van Morrison said, my tongue gets tied. Way up on Cypress Avenue. Oh my God, I can't stop but think about that. Van Morrison's excellent, by the way. All right, Physics Ed Up. Thank you so much for stopping by. Come back soon. Stay engaged. I love you. Thank you for your viewership, man, and you stay pensive as well, man. Never stop. Never stop. Don't you dare. Unless you're not leaving, you're just saying stay pensive, which is, in that case, we need that too. But if you're leaving, then please have a nice night. Have a nice night, man. I love my. I like you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys, we have an awesome community here, man. Uh, we have an awesome community here. I love it, and I'm sure you guys know. I'm not gonna be. I'm not my channel's not gonna be this size forever. I'm positive you guys know that. So, but I want you guys. I'm probably gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss this, guys. I'm going to miss talking to people in an intimate setting like this. Because if I do become big, there'll probably be a lot of people in my chat, and there'll be like a crap show going every which way. And that, I'm not sure how I feel about that. So, I appreciate you guys. Everyone watching, I appreciate you, man. Don't feel bad about what, Edward? About what? Who's still here, by the way? Man, Ben, you're making me mad. I wish that was happening now. No, I'm just kidding now. Yeah, I mean, Super Chat's gonna be fun. Look, live streaming is really the best part about being a YouTuber, I think. Because it has the interactive element. I love doing the videos. The videos are fun. I love them. I love the videos. They're fun. They're cute. They're a hoot. But Edward, what do you mean don't feel bad? I'm curious about this. Bye, Ben. Bye. So, Edward, what do you mean by don't feel bad? Yeah, that's probably wise advice. Yeah. Yep. But I think there's something that's just, I don't know, intuitive about it, that you kind of have to, okay, this thought's not good. Push it away. You know, Because look, no one's an oracle. Every single person, loses something sometimes. It's okay. If there was a single person on the earth that never really lost a debate or whatever, I'd be surprised. Okay, there are 2 of you watching. I know Edward is one of them. Who's the other one? Is it Zygmunt? Zygmunt, Carson. Who else is here other than Edward? Edward. I have been streaming for 4 hours, guys. Man. 4 hours. Wow. We're definitely going to go through this and cut out some parts, put some parts up as videos. There's one person watching now. All right. Well, so Edward, or whoever's watching, it's been very good talking to you. I'm not going to sleep quite yet, but I'm going to end this stream. Thank you so much, guys, for all of you who watched. For all of you who are watching on YouTube, if you decide to sit through a 4-hour stream, God bless your soul if you do. Edward, I will be sending you a message very soon, so watch out for that. I'll be sending you that in a few minutes, so thank you. But my friends, thank you so much for watching, for being here. But as always, my friends, please, what do I always say? Stay pensive. I love you guys. I'll see you next Wednesday, and we have many more shows and interviews coming.